Hi everyone, good morning, good morning. This is a really quick update that we're starting in about 7.5 minutes from now at 10:15, all right? We'll be right there, just have to continue setting up the live stream and whatnot. We'll be getting started right away.
After Club.
Good morning, everyone. It's great that you're all here in Split, Croatia for day 3 of Cosmoverse 2025. Also wonderful to know that so many people from all across the world are watching through the live streams, all these different types of channels where Cosmoverse is lively broadcasted. Now, first of all, not that importantly, but my name is Alex. I'm the founder and CEO of Trolled Labs. But more importantly, I'll be walking you through the third day of Cosmoverse 2025. Now, what is really important to mention that we've already had 2 epic days. We've been speaking about so many different topics: enterprise, stablecoins, Bitcoin, DeFi, so many different topics all across the ecosystem and beyond even that we have been addressing. So many interesting discussions on the future of decentralized finance as well. And we're going to continue that right away today through many different talks, announcements, keynotes, panels, and much else is waiting for you, even a pitching competition, and indeed some announcements at the end of the day. Towards 3:30, make sure to tune in for that 3:30 Central European time. Now, what is important to mention as well is that towards the end of the day, we also have a wonderful fireside, if you want to call it as such, between Electrocoin and Visa. Make sure to tune in or come to this very room for that as well. It was going to be an epic set of conversations too. Now, importantly, we're going to start. We already have our wonderful speakers lined up on my left here in Split, Croatia. We're going to speak about the modular future of Ethereum. Indeed, this track this morning is about EVM and how everything is developing in that regard, also in terms of Cosmos. Now, I'm very, very pleased to welcome various people on stage. First of all, Ivan Zelev, Blockster. Please feel free to put your hands together and clap. I can't do that, I have my hands full. Ivan, join the stage. Great to see you back here.
Thank you.
Already saw you several times. Alongside Ivan, we also have Michael Zaikin of Stognet. Please be very, very welcome. He made it to the event. Wonderful, thank you for being here. Viet of Celestia, join us as well on stage and put your hands together as well. Wonderful that you made it too, epic. And most definitely, last but not least at all, is actually Professor Muriel Medar. Please be very, very welcome on stage, someone really important. And please take it away, everyone. I think we're missing someone, is that correct? I don't have you on my list, I'm very sorry. Vlad Jitkov of Cosmos Labs, yes. Woo. Thank you. Luckily, we have you right there. Yeah, that's true, that's great. Thank you very much, everyone. Take it away, and good morning. Great that you're all awake.
Thank you so much, Vlad. You almost missed the opportunity of your life. So let's start with you. I would like you to introduce yourself. Tell us a bit more about what you're doing.
Yeah. Hi. So my name is Vlad Jidkov. I am a software engineer at Cosmos Labs. So our booth is right out there if you want to check us out. But I've been in Cosmos for the past few years. I actually started as a CosmWasm developer, developing on various chains, doing projects, eventually started moving up the stack. And now I am the lead developer for the Cosmos EVM. So very interested in the EVM, the future of the EVM, things like that.
Thanks, thanks. You guys don't need to clap every single time he says something. Vlad is one of those people that is like annoying to have him on the panel. He's like, I'm Vlad, clapping. Muriel, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi. I'm Muriel Medard, Muriel Midar, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of Optimum. And shout out to some of our team there, recognizable not just by how fresh and happy they look, but also by their hats. I have taken leave from MIT to pursue this full time. At MIT, I've held the NEC chair in software science and engineering, which is the main computer science chair at MIT, and I've been a professor there for many years, working on decentralized coding, starting at a time when people thought that decentralization was really, really, really weird. Now they just think it's weird. We're basically making the memory layer for all blockchains, so very much into modularizing and looking at the propagation and access of data as its own business to be done in a decentralized way.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Viet, you can go next.
Yeah, I just want to keep it short, as too many OGs today in the room. My name is Viet. I joined Celestia since August 2021. So if you heard too many words modular, I'm truly sorry that we made you guys believe in all this. And I'm glad to be here. Now I'm explaining what it means, modular and blockchains in the new paradigm to everyone. And today's panel is basically my bread and butter.
Nice. Michael, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Michael. I'm working on Starkware. It's the core entity behind Starknet, the validity rollup on Ethereum. Ironically, I'm the person that is working least on EVM, so I'm working mostly on Bitcoin and recently Zcash stuff, so the most hot thing. But anyway, so I've been working on the modular stack for quite a while, and so happy to share some insights and the recent developments at Starkware.
Please do. Viet, I want to start with you, and we don't have anyone from the Ethereum Foundation here with us, but they've been changing the approach a little bit, because for a very long time, even Justin Gregg was talking about how we need to have the L2s and we should scale through the L2s, but since the Pectra upgrades and the blob space increasing from 6 to 9 blobs in a block, and then Thomas becoming the head of the Ethereum Foundation, now we see a lot of coming from the Ethereum Foundation of how people should essentially build on the L2 itself. And even with Bhutan, for example, they built their digital ID on Polygon, but they changed to Ethereum now. So how do you guys feel about it? And do you think the L2s are still valuable? Obviously they are because of the speed and everything else. But how are you thinking about it overall?
So I'm wearing my cosplay EF hat. I definitely would say that L2s play a major role in Ethereum evolution, as someone who believed in the white paper on Ethereum since 2017 myself. And now what we see in Ethereum is there is a very delicate balance between how we want to scale any execution layer that taps into the Ethereum economy, meaning that if you think about any protocol as an economy of itself, Ethereum is basically outsourcing a lot of the economic value to those L2s. And with recent changes, Ethereum people, I would say, in general, the community started thinking around topics of AKA nationalization, like, oh, wait, we actually need to make money. And, and this is where they need to keep the very fine balance between, AKA what Vitalik is saying, we have this low-risk DeFi to keep people around and believe into what Ethereum is going forward. And, of course, onboarding a lot of developers to go full send into insane high-throughput chains for example, like recent mega ETH. That you want to keep that really fine-tuned balance. And even with every blob upgrade, they're only delaying the decision-making where they're tilting more, rather than just making a very firm decision. So yeah, I would say with modular approach, they can have this optionality.
Yeah, thanks for that. And Vlad, can you just tell me a bit more about the thought process of implementing the EVM compatibility now? You guys have been using Rust for a long time, but what was the thought process? Give us like a sneak peek in the room of like, how did you reach that conclusion? Was there some pushback on whether you should mainly focus on Cosmos? It's not, probably, I'm sure that some people are not very keen, I assume. So tell me a bit more about that.
Yeah, so to be clear, the Cosmos EVM is a module on top of the Cosmos SDK stack. So chains can choose to use it, chains can use other things. And the thought process is that Ethereum has such a vibrant community of developers, of projects, of tools, and how can we tap into that? How can we tap into the work that they're doing and then offer that to more people who want sovereignty? And so a lot of projects, a lot of institutions and users, they value sovereignty. They value having control over the direction of their chain. But they also value Ethereum because that is absolutely the largest developer community. They want to attract those developers. They want people to be able to use the tools that they're used to. And so to us, EVM was a no-brainer.
Thanks. And Miro, you're the only one on the panel that has this academic background. I actually assume, guys, I'm not sure. I haven't done my research, but hopefully I'm right on that.
At least the only one who will confess to it. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm a pleb bachelor, so.
Hey, cool. But yeah, tell me a bit more about this modularity and how do you think about the Ethereum future from this like very academic background? What's the benefit? Give us this alternative perspective.
Yeah, so, my perspective, and, you're talking about academic, let's go even into history, right? You look at the history even of computing, per se. So, think right after World War II, 1948, von Neumann is at Princeton and asks the question, what is a computer, right? People had been using computers, everybody's heard of the Enigma machine and all of that, that saga, Bletchley Park, et cetera. But, this was a really good time to go, hey, these things are really powerful. What are they, And so he took a step back and said, look, a computer is a machine. It has, input, output. It has a compute part, a bus, what we would call a bus, and it has memory. And then the compute part has two parts. One is what they call the control, so what we would call maybe the SDK or the EVM on top of it, let's say the operating system roughly. And then you have the actual compute, what we would think of as a GPU, CPU, whatever you want, which is the arithmetic logic unit, which has, of course, its own software, usually firmware in it, right? And that model is amazing. It has stood the test of time, right? And part of that model is, if you look at it, it's modularity, right? You don't have the operating system decide what memory you use. Right? Now, you may have operating systems that can make particularly good use of, say, a really fast bus or, multi-threading in your compute unit. I mean, there are all kinds of things that you can do there. But inherently, it's not all glommed together. And in general, whenever you think of, designing, like sometimes I teach our systems course at MIT, you teach people that you don't make one big blob of a project, right? Like when they come back with a project at the end and it's just like, okay, it does this and, and it's a blob. You go, well, great job getting you to do what you want, but, this would never hold in a real systems. So I think that that's really important, and it's not just about Ethereum or anything, it's about any project. You need to have that modularity, and you need it for robustness, and also so that you can have different upgrades on different parts without having to break everything and start over again, right? So that's, I think, really, really crucial.
Thanks for that. And Michael, I'm really interested in the centralized sequencers, and I know that you guys recently introduced multiple sequencers. They will have different mempools, and they'll have they'll use Tendermint as a consensus. And it's been a massive discussion within the Ethereum ecosystem about, okay, we have the L2s, and they're kind of decentralized, they're fast on execution, but they're quite centralized because you have centralized sequencer. So tell me a bit more about it. Talk to us about the importance of sequencing, TLDR on what that is, but also how did you guys decide to focus on that?
Sure. Yeah, actually, interesting note. So we're using Malachite, which we created together with informal systems. So they build this for us. So yeah, we are starting now at the process of gradual transition from centralized sequencing to decentralized sequencing. And this is something that many rollups teams are promising, but I think we're one of the few ones who are actually trying to deliver that. And it's a long process, right? So you cannot just switch from centralized to decentralized at once, right? Because it's a running chain. So essentially, we're building the airplane while flying, and it involves like a lot of things. So it's not just writing the code without bugs, which is kind of heavy lifting by itself. But you also have to coordinate validators, put the economic incentives in place, bootstrap the tokenomics, like all these kind of things. So there are like many things you have to do in order to bootstrap a truly decentralized sequencing set. And we're like on a really good track here. So we introduced a share mempool. So now we decentralized the sequencing. We have staking at place. So right now, I think there is more than almost 1 billion Starks are at stake, and also I think around 1,000 Bitcoins. So we recently introduced dual staking Starks and Bitcoin. And next year we plan to move to decentralized block validation, so that ultimately, hopefully, and somewhere next year we will be fully decentralized. Now, why is it important? Although rollups or upchains, so they do inherit security from the underlying chain and also some notion of liveness. It's not all good, right? Because in the ideal world, right, where we settle as fast as possible and also do base sequencing from the base layer, right? So we inherit as much security and liveness as possible from the settlement layer. But in real world, right, so it's too expensive, so we're not there. Hence, we have to settle less frequently, let's say once in the several hours, and also we only leave, let's say, some escape hatch mechanism as the for the worst case scenario. So decentralized sequencing kind of addresses those two issues. So in terms of the security, you can give users soft finality, which is better than the just trust me bro thing. And in terms of the liveness, you also now you only need 2/3 of your validators to stay online, in order to keep chain live. So this is important, and I'm really happy that we are the ones who will deliver it. Now, in terms of the recent downtimes caused by AWS, so this is just about liveness, and for that, if you wanted to address this specific only, you do not necessarily need to decentralize your sequencer. You just need to, just kind of decentralize your infra, right? To have enough replicas, at different data centers. I believe Arbitrum, maybe others do this actually, and the ones who don't, they were down. But that's not because they, they have decentralized sequencer. Just they don't have good infra, I guess.
Thanks for that. I kind of want to talk a little bit about Dankrat and him leaving the Ethereum Foundation, moving to Tempo after they did one of the biggest fundraisers in the history of crypto. How do you guys feel about it? Because within the Ethereum community, a lot of people were essentially arguing that they've lost one of their best developers, and someone that's been like a prominent figure within the foundation. And I think with this modular future, we'll see a lot more of that, because these other chains will be essentially building on top of Ethereum, but they also try to essentially extract value, take some of their developers. So the Ethereum is essentially incentivized to increase the throughput on the L1, otherwise the L2s might eat their lunch, and that's what's happening with Base, and that's why a lot of people within the Ethereum Foundation and the Ethereum community are kind of unhappy about it. I won't ask anyone in particular, but whoever is brave enough to answer the question, please give it a try.
I would definitely just add one thing, that now we are at the crossroads of knowing if any token, but in particular here, ETH is part of the community, or it's just a utility asset in interest of XYZ, and the actual community does not care. Like this is, like, just to give you guys an example, if today we were talking about React as a community, because React doesn't have a token, it's just a tool, we are happy that one of the best people go work at Facebook or Google. That we don't have a problem with that. But when we talk about our current industry, because of a token or whatever, people start mixing it. And I think that is very unhealthy in our community that we have that. Reason is, let's be honest, Solidity and EVM is our lingua franca. We speak this language. And if we basically judge people's future careers by their pick of choice, maybe Dankrad decided to go there because he can have more freedom on research. And he doesn't need to coordinate with all the stakeholders and then, convey the ACD to do a feature. And, if I was in his shoes and I was in this position, I would also agree that, hey, it's better to join a startup. And yeah, my take is that we need to start separating what it means to be an Ethereum token holder and what it means to be part of the Ethereum community, the way how we are separating in modular thesis everything, and we're not commingling it. Otherwise, this is a mess.
Does anyone else want to? Yeah, Michael, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think it's like, with the situation with Dankrad specifically, is a bit far-fetched. So just crypto Twitter loves drama, and if it wasn't like Dankrad, it would be like something else. I don't think there is like a shortage of talent in EF, and there are like a lot of great researchers there, and I'm more than sure that will be like others, because it's a great place to be, and you can work on very interesting problems at scale. So it's not really an issue. And so generally, like thankfully, Ethereum is a permissionless chain. So like everyone like is free to do whatever he wants. So whether we like it, whether like EF is happy or not happy about modular future or like about corporate chains, I mean, it's not that they can like do much about this. Like aside from the Twitter drama. So
thanks.
I guess we'll see.
Thanks for that. Vlad, can you actually talk a bit more about how you guys are contributing to the broader Ethereum ecosystem and how the value will literally accrue on the L1 and why it would kind of be beneficial?
So I think, like Viet was saying, there's a really big separation between the Ethereum as an L1 and the Ethereum ecosystem as like a set of tools, a set of, a community of people bringing value back to the system by different means. And so we're in the business of building tools like that, helping people out. And so our goal is to allow more companies, more projects who want sovereignty to be able to be a part of that ecosystem. And so by creating more projects, by having more people use this, us and those projects are now directly incentivized to contribute back to that community. And so That means PRs, that means contributing to docs, that means doing research. Everybody now is a part of building this together. And the more people that we get, even if they're sovereign, using the Cosmos EVM, the more people we have incentivized and part of that community.
Nice. And Muriel, please give us like final remarks, but also talk about how we're going to have this modular future. How do you envision it? How do you think you'll play out in the next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, I think that having that modularity is very important and will happen, right? Again, nobody's computer right now has the exact same people having built the apps, whatever it is on it, the programs and the operating system, and the driver for whatever else you have in your computer, and the CPU and the bus and the memory. It just doesn't happen. Maybe it happened in the very, very early days of computing. It definitely did, but eventually you have to split it up, and you have to split it up because again, there's specialization basically. There's also the ability to have people have choice of what they want, right? If you're putting together your computer, you go and you can buy different things. I was actually spending some time recently. My son was building his first computer, and we were choosing all of the different components. And I explained to him that, by the way, the lights don't actually make it go faster. But that's one of the components, and the fact was like you go and you really have to think about what it is that you're putting together, and we're used to that, right? And it's healthy. Modularization is hygiene. It just is, and then people have a choice depending on what it is that they're trying to run. So I think that that approach, rather than being worrisome, is actually extremely healthy.
Thank you. You're exactly on time. Thank you so much, guys, for being here, sharing your insights, talking about the future of Ethereum. Please put your hands together for the amazing panel. You've been fantastic.
Good chatting.
Thank you so much for coming here comparatively early. I know that a lot of you went out yesterday, had a couple of drinks, so please put your hands together for yourself and making it here on time, which is very important. Oh, you don't clap for yourself, guys, but you clap for them. That's all right. That was standard, but have a lovely day anyway.
Good chatting.
It was a great chat.
Thank you, man.
Great chat. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you very much to all our panelists, indeed, including you, Vlad. Thank you all. Absolutely wonderful talk. And also, honestly, moderator, great job, as always. Now, whilst the gentlemen behind me are taking out some of the chairs, because we are going to do some swaps, as usual, just want to quickly remind everyone that later today, right after the last session, there's also be our lovely, lovely closing reception right here, out of the terrace, quite likely, with some Prosecco, with some other drinks, water, surely as well, or coffee if you want to stay awake still. So make sure to stick around for that. It's going to be absolutely lovely. We can have a chat, we can do some more networking, or, indeed talk about the future of Cosmos or other topics that are on your mind. Would also quickly reiterate here that if you are interested, you can, of course, also download the official networking app, of which I'm the founder. And also scope out people and chat with people after the event, because obviously our time is limited and there are so many awesome people and you never really manage to talk with everyone ultimately, right? Now, having spoken a little bit already about EVM, we are slowly moving towards the next exciting topic. And we're going to speak about evolving your chain. Sounds definitely very future-oriented. I am very, very happy to slowly start welcoming on stage, whilst these chairs are miraculously disappearing behind me, a binary builder, someone who is evolving things with Evolve, indeed. Julien, I hope that you're already waiting here on my left side. Please feel free to already start joining me on stage. Julien Robert of Evolve. Please put your hands together. I can't clap myself. I can't put the... Wonderful that you're here.
Hi.
Please take it away. Evolve your chain.
All right. Thanks for having me. So indeed, I'm going to explain you how to evolve your chain. You'll see a bit in a soon enough what I mean. But first and foremost, who I am. I'm Julien Robert. I'm a software engineer at the Binary Builders. At Binary Builders, we are currently maintaining Evolve, which was called Rocket before. We took it over from Celestia at the beginning of the year. And prior to that, we were the maintainer of the SDK. So first, I'm going to go back to a few things, explain things that you probably already know, but so that everyone has the same basics. So let's go back to consensus mechanism, just the three biggest one. We obviously have proof of work, which is computers solving hard puzzles, like miners making blocks. So that's slow finalities. We know it because of Bitcoin, Litecoin, etc. Then there is proof of stake, which is validator processing block, depending on how much token to the stake. There is instant finality thanks to some BFT consensus. Not all proof of stake have instant finality, but we know it because of most of Cosmos chain that use Tendermint, and Ethereum, Solana, etc. And then we have proof of authority, which is basically a permission set of validator that they pick by the chain developer that will just make blocks. And it is not, you cannot, it's not permissionless, so you cannot easily enter or leave it. As well, instant finality, if you use a BFT consensus, Noble, for instance, is a chain that uses POI, VeChain, or some other enterprise blockchain. So each of them are kind of their drawbacks. As we know, POV is like security by electricity, right? So it has high consumption, energy consumption and cost. It has as well as no finality, as it takes some time to solve those puzzles. Proof of stake, you need to actually find your validator set. You have coordination to manage that validator set. In Cosmos, often we have 100 validators and you can coordinate, upgrade with, etc. And you actually need as well to pay them, right? And you do that usually via inflation. And for proof of authority, when you are bootstrapping, you need to find the right partner, right, the right validator that are willing to contribute with you. You probably need to reward them somehow if they accept to validate your chain for free. But there is something actually a tiny bit better, which is the Sigo sequencer. Earlier, in the previous panel, they mentioned indeed about it, which is actually what it is. It is actually one node that is processing the block. So you, as a chain developer, you basically you can manage your own infra, you're the one processing the block. And this is actually a great alternative to POS or POA because you have full control of everything. You have less coordination burden because you don't have to find the validator set. To reward the validator set, you need to have some coordination, obviously, as it's still a blockchain. There's full nodes that you have to integrate and have running somewhere, but is usually better. And it is as well censorship resistant, right? You still want a blockchain, you still want to make sure that people don't have to fully trust a single sequencer. So we have a system that is called forced inclusion. You're directly able to post transactions to the DA layer to make sure that transactions are forced included. And you directly inherit all the security from the DA availability layer. So in the case of Evolve, it's Celestia, which is a high market cap chain. So from day one, you immediately inherit all of this without having to inflate your token to infinity to have that. So I just mentioned security, and security has a cost. And you're most likely, as a Cosmos chain, overpaying for security right now. If we check, for instance, the two biggest chains, for instance, how security is managed. Basically, you have inflation, and inflation basically pays for security. So we take the Cosmos hub that has 10% inflation, and a total supply of 475 million atoms, which means with 10% inflation, it costs approximately at current price 141 million per year just for security for the Cosmos hub. So 100 million dollar per year are coming, getting maybe dumped, maybe getting sold. So because validators need to pay for their cost, they need to pay for the hardware, they need to pay for the people. And same for Osmosis, for instance. Same thing, small market cap, and they probably pay approximately, because of inflation, $5 million per year. So this is crazy amounts, right? Just for securing your chain. So it's not like the most used chain either, right? It says Cosmos has this cap flow, 6 seconds per blocks, 1 million transactions last month. At the peak, it was 7 million transactions, which is, everyone talk about TPS, but it's not that, the block is not even full. Same for Osmosis, for instance, 5 million transactions last month, pretty fast chain, pretty nice. But yeah, it's not like the most active. So you can say they will migrate to a single sequencer. You can actually have higher capital efficiency because you actually don't even need to inflate your token. You can keep your token, but because you have only a single sequencer, you don't need to inflate it to pay all the validator. You could even have smarter tokenomics and use the fees that the chain is using to basically reward yourself, reward the developer, reward the people, the chain itself, because you could use, for instance, USDC as a fee. As much as your chain is used, you'll basically, like Base is doing, rack up the TX3s and basically use that. And you don't even need your own token, obviously. So the cool thing as well is you only, thanks to Evolve, you actually only pay by the price of security kind of scales up by how much your chain is being used. So you pay by, if you have many transactions, it will be more expensive, and you only have as well the other costs that are not factored. So it is as well cheaper than proof of stake. So what do I mean by this? If you look, I took a snapshot yesterday of the heartbeat in Minscan. If you look, most of the chain is just like empty blocks all the time. So it's kind of sad to have to inflate your token every block, while actually you could like be way better capital efficient if you will pay for actual, if the price will scale up by the activity of your chain, right? So a quick example, using Evolve. We have an EVM chain that runs with Evolve as a consensus node. So EVM chain with Reth, 26 million transactions per month. That costs approximately for security to post the data to the DA layer, Celestia, 14,000 here. At current prices, that is approximately $15,000 per year. So that's a big difference compared to the amount that we've seen earlier. While you still maintain like security, like if Osmosis, for instance, or any other chain will do that, they will still have 800 million market cap security while paying only $15,000 for it. You can actually calculate that for your own chain on this website, and to see what it would mean if you will migrate to Evolve and that. But I mentioned Evolve, etc., but I didn't even explain what it is, right? So I'm going to show you what is Evolve and how you can use it and what's relevant for you. So Evolve is a stack to build a modular and sovereign app chain. So it allows you basically to keep full control of your execution. You can use the execution clients that you know and love, so the EVM or the Cosmos SDK, so it's still compatible. And we allow you to as well support more execution clients. Say you want to build a chain that uses the Move VM or whatever, you're able to still connect it to Evolve and use the single sequencer that Evolve have. You have as well a low-cost launch, as I briefly mentioned, which means that as you scale, as the security cost scales by how much transaction you have at the beginning when you're bootstrapping or when you're trying to find PMF, you have very low cost, and as I've said, you don't have to inflate to infinity. And as well, from day one, you have shared security because you inherit the security of the DA layer. By the way, if you get interested, if I managed to convince you during the call, here there's a small QR code below. You're able to join the Telegram group where we're happy to help you migrate and support you while you're doing so. As well, it is already production ready. We've got edited. We have a few chains that actually will be launching using Evolve very soon. And we made it so that it is a drop-in replacement of Comet BFT. So we made the UX nice enough that you just have, if you're a Cosmos SDK chain today, or if you're planning to create a Cosmos SDK chain that uses normally Comet BFT, you only have like one line change to do to use Evolve and to benefits for all of that. So you're able, I'll show you in a bit how it is. And it doesn't only work with Comet BFT, it works as well with with EVM Cosmos clients. So we think you can take Reth and just don't use the Cosmos stack and just use Reth and use Evolve to settle directly on Celestia, which is insanely cheaper than settling, for instance, on Ethereum. So get to know the EV stack. That is basically Evolve is a set of different components that we modular, that we build to make this happen. So we have the EV node, which is a consensus layer. This is basically what's swapped in the Cosmos world, Comet BFT. It has a sequencer implementation. We implemented like the single sequencer, as we mentioned. There is a base sequencer with kind of with forced inclusion already that is being implemented, and we're extending the different sequencers. As I mentioned, it's extendable because you have an execution interface that communicates basically makes EV node communicate with the execution client, and it handles all the posting to Celestia. So you just have to have an account that has enough fund to post the data and the blobs to Celestia, and it will do it for you. In Evolve, we don't call the node a validator, just for FYI, we just call it a sequencer, and you still have obviously the full nodes. Next to that, as it's only the consensus, you still always have the execution part. So we have EVM compatibility with REST, so the REST Ethereum execution client that is out of the box working, and we have as well a compatibility with the Cosmos SDK. So we've got either EV node that basically implement EVABCI that basically implement the EV node execution interface, and we have ABACI component as well implement the ABCI interface, because the Cosmos SDK expect the ABCI from Cosmos BSD to be implemented, the ABCI interface, and so that already makes sure that it is already working. And say you don't use REST or you don't use ABCI, you have some custom implementation in other language. We define some gRPC services that you can use using the execution interface to basically interact with Eval directly, easily. So how does it look like, this execution interface? It's actually 4 simple methods. So you have the init chain, where you init the genesis of your chain and the default parameters. GetTX, we don't have like a double mempool like currently Comet BFT has. We just, Evernote gets the transaction directly from the execution client. The SDK has its own app mempool. REST has its own mempool, so we get the transaction there. We obviously execute them. And then the data is actually finalized as soon as it reaches the DA layer. So we have a small set final that Evolve is calling when it's posting the data to the DA layer. Small architecture, just for Cosmos people. This is the normal Cosmos SDK as a state machine. And then you have Comet BFT, usually that is part of the blockchain node that handles the consensus and the networking. EV node handles the networking, obviously, consensus, and then we have ABCI to make it talk. That's it. That's like very simple. To show you how simple it is, you can run in minutes an EVM chain. So if you check first, and you run this EV toolbox script, it basically spins up EV node, it spins up REST, a Celestia node, and you basically already have your EVM app chain ready to post data on Celestia and ready to launch, actually. And if you do that with the Cosmos SDK, we made sure that you have so little to change in your start.go. For those that know, when you wire your application, you have this one-line change here, the start command handler, that we made sure that your start command now start Evolve instead of starting Comet BFT, and you're good to go. So to summarize, you can launch and migrate your Cosmos SDK chain in a few lines. You can launch an EVM chain in minutes, and you still keep it for control. It's still, we call them network. It's still an app chain that you can modify as you want. You get from day one high security and sustainable tokenomics, because you don't have to inflate your token. You can think of better tokenomics by using transaction fees, etc. So feel free to join us here at Binary. We're happy to help you integrate, and thank you.
All right, so this thing on my back is not working yet, which is perfect. Thank you so much. Julien Robert from Evolve was an epic presentation, fantastic indeed. Make sure to check out what they're building if you want to know more, for instance, by joining indeed their Telegram group. Well, we're going to re-welcome someone on stage that we have just already seen, luckily, for a wonderful keynote. Really looking forward to hearing once again from Professor Muriel Medard. Please be very, very welcome back on stage. Put your hands together. Thank you very much from Optimum. And you'll be speaking to us about building the fastest decentralized internet protocol for Web3. Really looking forward to learning from you, Professor. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm back. I'm still Muriel. And I'm going to talk to you about decentralized internet protocol for Web3. And it's particularly about scaling in a decentralized environment, right? Because we hear a lot about, challenges in one direction or another, but very often they are around really the issue of how do you manage in a decentralized setting. And so there's, a feeling that, well, maybe I need to give up on it, maybe I need to centralize. And what I'll tell you is actually you don't. You don't. And certainly you don't from the point of view of anything that has to do with the data, which is the transmission and the access to data. So next. Thank you. Oh, yeah, amazing. All right, so much better. Yeah, all right. So this is what I've been doing with my career. I've been an academic building decentralized coding. And I think I mentioned before, started doing this when it was considered on the very, very edge of weird. And really, it came out of a very simple belief, which is no network can really scale if it doesn't get to be decentralized at some point. Right, if you think of something like the electric grid, when you see big failures, it's actually really because of excessive centralization somewhere. If you think of the internet, Web 2, same thing. It has to be decentralized. There may be pockets of centralization, but you don't have a single centralized entity that's managing all of Web 2. And Web 3 is built on Web 2 the same way that Web 2 is built on the electric grid. We've been very fortunate to have fantastic backers. We've done our seed round. So what are we looking at? We've heard a lot about TPS, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of the issues around really how much people can do come basically to latency. We saw already different time frames, a few seconds, a fraction of a second, et cetera. But, very high latency, state bloat, right? We heard, for instance, about doing something like GA. That's to try to avoid having to do a direct read because of the state bloat. Scaling challenges, which we see all the time. And basically, this idea that you have to give up, sometimes framed as a trilemma, that you have to give up some decentralization in order to scale. And as we'll see, that's actually not really what's happening at all. So let's start with the first aspect of accessing your data, which is actually propagating it. So suppose I publish a message, I have a source, and I'm using something like gossip. Right? So in blockage applications, this is block propagation, for instance, in Ethereum, but beyond Ethereum. And basically, this is what we use in order to do attestation, reaching consensus, and also to do state synchronization. Right? So you have a network here which is really decentralized. Some other chains may put some structure around it, like for instance Solana and so on. But by and large, you send it out from the source, say the proposer, and then you just let it go and hope for the best. Okay. And some of the gossiping challenges that we have is that current systems are effectively not using the correct math, to put it bluntly. So they have to work on this trade-off between, okay, I want to send out enough that I have forward momentum so that information is propagating, it's getting to the network, it's maybe getting quickly to my validators. On the other hand, if I send too many shards, I'm going to have a problem with a lot of repeats. And if I have a lot of repeats, then basically I'm going to then be wasting bandwidth, clogging up the bandwidth by telling people stuff they already knew, and that's really inefficient, and it will actually slow down the network, right? I mean, if there was infinite bandwidth, maybe you go, well, I don't care, you know, tell me the same thing over and over again. But you know, that's not what happens. So what we do is we do something different. We actually code, that's to say that we send equations. So for instance here, what happens with duplication is, you know, the messages are themselves variables, right, the numbers. Say that have two messages, x and y. What we're doing right now in duplicating is creating equations which are like x, 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 y, 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 y. And if I asked you, you know, can you give me an equation with x and y? Sure, x is a valid equation, y is a valid equation, but you know, we can do better, right? How about 2x plus 3y, right? Let's go crazy. So basically, that's what we do. We are creating equations, and what we've done is we have gone directly to validators and builders. Why? Not just because, you know, they love the math more than anyone else, we'll look at that a little later, but because they can see, if you will, the immediate benefit. And actually, some of our partners are here. We just met some of them at breakfast and for coffee already this morning. They see the immediate benefit because they get faster transactions. We heard about different upgrades that are going to larger block sizes, larger blob sizes. You know, we can tell, you know, and you cannot that this is a trend. And you can't just do it by fiat, right? You can't wave a wand and say, you know, from now on, I don't know, you know, gigabit, that's it, that's going to be my blob size. No, you know, that's not how it works. You have to accommodate it, and you have to do it somehow. Okay, so I told you a little bit about these equations. So what do? We have different pieces. This is, you know, shards, basically. And what we're going to make is algebraic mixtures from pieces. And again, rather than just repeating P1 however many times, repeating P2, the coding is recipes for making these. Now, if you use something like a 1950s Reed-Solomon code, you know, we heard of Celestia, that's basically they use what's called a tensor code, which was actually created by my academic grandfather in the 1950s. Basically, what they do is you have to have all of the data available to you to create these equations. What we do is decentralized, so you can take equations by themselves, which do not allow you locally to recover the original data and create new equations that are valid. So network-wise, what's happening is that different nodes, without actually ever recovering possibly the original data, can just recombine and send information. And it turns out that this seemingly insane decentralized approach is provably optimum, hence the name. It actually is optimum, you know, as crazy as it sounds. This is one snapshot. We're doing other things right now, but this is a snapshot we took some time ago. You see on the abscissas along the x-axis time, and then you see delay here, latency, and then you see how many x faster it is. So, you know, basically what you do is you're just speeding things up, right? And speeding things up means that, you know, people can get a benefit, and this benefit is purely from math. Okay, so the nice thing about math is that, you know, it's basically free, elegant, and very environmentally friendly, you know. And that's basically what we do. So we've been very fortunate to have a few more people who have signed up. And this is basically what we have currently on our private testnet. And so, yeah, so if you look at the private testnet, if you look at the TVL there, it represents a little 40% of the staked ETH right now. And yeah, so, you know, lots of fantastic partners. It's been really, really nice. And as I said, some of them are here. And, you know, what is the underlying element of our network? In the spirit of complete decentralization, it's what we call the flex nodes. So why do we call them flex nodes? Well, they're flexible. They can be large, they can be small. They basically just do what they can when they can to help the network. So what they're doing is they're taking equations that are basically circulating around and creating new equations with that decentralized recombination that we saw before, and sharing those equations with their neighbors who are interested, who are in need of that. So it's very, very lightweight. It's not like running a validator. Say here, you could have, say, a PC, just a laptop. Think about 8 gigabytes of memory and half a CPU pretty much will do the trick. So of course, you could have more, you can have less, but it's, flexible, scalable, permissionless, right? And of course, from the point of view of something like censorship resistant, anybody can go and spin one up. As a matter of fact, we're doing a hackathon right here at Cosmoverse, and the first part of the hackathon is actually people spinning up a flex node. So actually setting up a flex node, and then playing around with it and seeing where you can get the best benefit in the network and so on. So that's what that's basically the backbone. So it's completely decentralized. And again, the funny thing is, you would think surely you can't just let the equations go and random people sending random combinations. Like, really? This is the best you can do? Yes, this is the best you can do. Okay, this is the best you can do, and there's a very powerful theorem which was actually not proven by me. It was proven by one of my former students, Bernard Hoppler. He was my PhD student at MIT, went then to be a professor at CMU in computer science, and he proved what he called perfect pipelining. And perfect pipelining means that even if you had a network where you had a centralized controller who knew everything for free, not just on time, but ahead of time, and tried to schedule everybody, versus not even bothering to figure out what's going on and just letting this thing go permissionless, just random linear coding, the random linear coding would do at least as well. That's it, that's. So with that, please check us out. We'd love to chat. We're doing more hackathons. The next one's going to be early December in the Bay Area. And then at the start of the year, we're looking to do some hackathons, which are going to be online. So that will give a wider public the opportunity to participate. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Muriel Medar. And let me just swap this to the next speaker, because indeed, we're going to continue with yet another epic, fantastic keynote discussion. Wonderful to have so many highly achieved, wonderful, brilliant builders with us here today. Now, the next talk, what we're going to learn about is fundamentally security in the EVM environment, and also how EVM and Cosmos, how they're converging more and more and more. And we're also going to learn about that from, I believe, a little bit more of a research security perspective. Very, very keen and curious to learn more. Please welcome on stage, indeed, Matt Wong of CertiK. Please be very, very welcome. Feel free to join and put your hands together. Wonderful to have you. Very, very curious to learn from you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Wong from CertiK. It's my pleasure to attend this amazing event for the first time. And in the past 2 days and this morning, we have heard a lot of sharing on the EVM stack in the Cosmos. Today, I'm excited to share CertiK's insight on the EVM Cosmos convergence research from the security perspective. Okay, first of all, please allow me to spend 1 minute to make a brief introduction to CertiK, the largest Web3 security service provider. It was founded in 2017 by professors from Yale and Columbia University. And CertiK always provides novel and best-in-class security-focused technology to safeguard the Web3 industry. Additionally, Certic is also an important advocate for Web3 policy, especially for the compliance landscapes in multiple regions. Here are some of our clients, spanning from a wide spectrum among the Web3 industry. Definitely, Cosmos is one of our most important source of clients. Here is our vision, that's to elevate your Web3 journey. Certic is committed to serving clients for life cycle, from inception to growth to success. Yes, we can see that we can provide a comprehensive assistance for our clients during their journey into the Web3, from the venture auditing and then to the go-to-market. Okay, let's jump now to EVM and Cosmos convergence. I will elaborate this in 3 parts. The first one is the Cosmos EVM. The second is the EVM precompiles. The third is the layered architecture in the latest trend in this part. Okay, first let's come to the Cosmos EVM. Yeah, formally the name that we can see that's the Ethermint or EVMOS in the past years, and we are glad to see that in this year the EVMOS has been migrated into the Cosmos EVM, ending a long period of unsupport. As this pattern, that EVM acts as an ordinary application among Cosmos SDK, just like the staking or Spawn, etc. And it interacts with underlying consensus engine. The formally the Tendermint currently, that's the name is Commit BFT, where the ABCI interface is. And so there are 2 types of transactions. One is the EVM transaction, the other is the legacy Cosmos transaction. They are routed to the corresponding end handler, and as depicted in the picture below. Let's take the EVM transaction, for example. First, it will be routed to the EVM end handler, and then go through a chain of decorators, and then run message in the EVM. That is apply transaction, refund gas. Remember, refund gas, there is a key difference on the gas market between the Cosmos and the EVM. That is, the remaining gas will be refunded to the user after the successful execution in the EVM. So, based on this point, there are 2 major vulnerabilities disclosed in the past years. That's the theft of transaction fees, stealing gas while bypassing the Ethermint end handlers. The root cause of this lies on the misroute the EVM transaction to the Cosmos end handler intentionally. Finally, they were both fixed by introduce 2 new decorators in the Cosmos decoration that to reject EVM transaction in Cosmos end handler, and then there is another way that's to disable the EVM message in the lasted authorization message field. Okay, let's go to the second part. As time went by, the EVM precompilers were introduced in the Cosmos to improve the interoperability between the Cosmos and the EVM. Unlike the EVM precompiles, we can see that they are only used to read the state. That is, they are stateless. But these precompiles that we can see, these staking precompiles, they are stateful, that they can ultimately mutate the states in the Cosmos states. Either, for example, for the staking states, the distribution states, and etc. So there are some issues due to the state inconsistency during the precompile execution. The first one is we call that the partial state transition. From this code, we can see that the EVM state could be updated in the stateDB commit method. However, the underlying part, we found that in an older version of EVMOS, that the other parts, the other states were not updated accordingly. Especially for example, for the bank precompile, we can see that the second output in the line of the code, it should be the stateDB object of the bank state, but it's shadowed. So that means that even the transaction, even the EVM state is updated correctly, while the successful execution and the underlying bank state didn't commit at all. So how about what happens if the precompile execution reverts? So the second issue is the execution reversion collection. There we can see that take the staking precompile, for example, the delegate function could be invoked by an EVM transaction, and then if a malicious user could modify the staking state by this external EVM transaction, but it will immediately revert these EVM changes without to update the underlying staking states. So the code has been updated to that. After the precompile execution reversion, the underlying state should also be reverted accordingly. And the third one, the partial state write by out of gas. Yeah, we can see that the precompiles could only require several thousand gas to execute, but there could be some issues that if there is not enough gas, and there could be some partial state writes under the state for precompiles. So each of the run of the precompile should also run atomic to make this execution over the precompiles to be atomic. Okay. Okay. Let's quick go to the last one. That's layered architecture inspired by the Ethereum mainnet. That there are two layers: the consensus layer and the execution layer. They can communicate with each other via the engine APIs. So how it works? We can see that there are several engine APIs between the ER and STIR and the interaction like this. And so there is an idea that, and we all know that commit BFT is the popular and the robust BFT consensus. So how about to replace the consensus layer by the commit BFT, but keep the execution layer the same as that, the EVM clients like the Gas, RES, Arrogant, and something else. Yeah. So if there's some successful example here, yeah, and the answer is that the bearer chain and the story IP protocol use this layered architecture. And most importantly, we can find that the ArcChain layered, backed by the Circle, empowered by the Malek's layered architecture, will also use this layered, will be coming soon. Yep. So I think this may be the trend of the Cosmos and the EVM converging. Yeah. So there should be some adoption about in the ABCI implementation on the engine API. In the prepared proposal, that such APIs will be embedded in this in the prepare proposal API method, and for the process proposal, which will be used as the block validation, and the engine API, that the new payload will be sent to the EL for the execution payload validation. And for the finalized, during the finalized method, that this method delivers a decided block. Due to the commit BFT, we all know that there is instant finality. There is low fork choice rule over there. So, however, finally, on FCU, the fork choice update still sent to the client, to the EL client to update the state, but there is no payload attributes over there. Yeah, and the last one is the commit that will persist the state with the chain generation. So let's take to case study about if there's vulnerability over there. The first one is the inappropriate error handling in the process proposal. We can see in this code that if there is an invalid proposal, and there could be two approaches as the status reject or to accept. But if this error is not fatal, that it will be accepted. So there is a potential possibility that an invalid block will bypass the process proposal and then into the block finalization. And the second one is that this very sidecars method in the process proposal function that there is a duplicate commitment KZGT commitment detection logic here. It means that the malicious user could exploit this by issuing two similar blobs in one single EVM block, and then if this comes to the duplicate commitment detection, it will halt this process proposal, then can halt the whole chain to produce the new block. Okay? Okay, for more details, please refer to our series of blogs in our homepage. That's the EVM Cosmos Convergence Research from Security-Based Part 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Always, CertiK is always a committed to elevating your Web3 journey in Cosmos. Thank you all.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. We'll be the swapper. Thank you very much indeed, Matt Wang from CertiK. Wonderful hearing from you, learning from you. Saw so many people taking notes. Surely also at home, in the offices, wherever you're watching on this beautiful Saturday, or maybe later in time. Day 3 of Cosmoverse 2025. Now, I'm very, very happy and indeed thrilled to welcome on stage someone else, another keynote speaker for yet another certainly epic presentation. It's not a white hat, maybe. It's not a black hat, maybe. Definitely a neon hat. Please join me on stage. Indeed, Jürgen Hubath of Fortuna from Code to Capital. You're going to talk more to us about that very topic.
Perfect.
Please be welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi guys, how are you doing? Okay, everyone looks a little bit tired, but okay, I can get that. It's now day number 3. So let me see where we are with the slides. Okay, yeah, topic is from Code to Capital. I mean, we just a presentation before, we have seen everything is about code, but I think we need to talk a little bit about capital as well, because without capital, no one can code. So, who is still believing in this? That blockchain will replace banks? No one? It's somehow sad, but what will we do? Or what will our industry do? Anyone an idea? Also do not. Okay, that's good. Maybe that helps you. So technically, we most likely will not replace banks. And I think what we need to understand is also to, like in the beginning, when there was the internet, everyone was thinking that the media gets completely replaced by the internet. I think internet is just become a substrate where media is now living on. If you look now 20 years later, internet was a technology. Now the biggest media industry is basically digital. And I think similar things will happen as well in the financial system. So why does it happen? Because blockchain is a technology which helps us to do things much more efficient. In the beginning, we were always thinking we will replace them. If you were in the blockchain space in the early days, it was basically the core idea. We hate the bankers. I think we are luckily beyond that. So, okay, quick to me, I'm Jürgen Höbert. I'm a co-founder of a digital custodian in Ireland with the name of Fortuna Custody. And we provide basically regulated custody services, treasury management, and we also to help projects in the blockchain space to understand better how to get into traditional finance or how to get even, like, for example, their digital assets packaged in products, which is understood by the traditional industries as well. So where we are now, so basically, I think we became pretty good to have taught code how to move money, but now we must make it much more trustworthy because as a developer, a builder, there's a saying, we trust in code, but I think we need to understand not everyone is simply trusting in code. There needs to be more. So where do we come from? Because we need to understand how an industry is developing and evolving. So in the early day, it was all about ideology. It was Bitcoin. We basically replace everyone. We make the world a better place. Then literally we had a very crazy experimental phase, which also where ecosystems were growing, because in the beginning it was just about transferring the money. Suddenly it was what I always call it programmable money. I think once this term of programmable money came up, or programmable value transfer, people really started to understand where it's going. I mean, yeah, we had this one, which was basically, I call it always chaos. Valuations were crazy, projects were blowing up. Some people think it's bad, but everything in terms of how an industry evolves, you always have those kind of cycles. I would say we are now a little bit in this area now, where we try to have learned what happened in the past, in the first, second, and particularly in the third area, and that now we are trying to do it a little bit more structured, and also to, I think, give credibility to the industry as well from an outsider's perspective. I mean, this is something which I will come back later. What will be the fifth area? Because everyone now is thinking, I mean, alt season and stuff like this, but in reality, my personal perception is there will be no alt season anymore ever, because that was part of a different era when there was the speculative part. Now I think we are going in a lot of things where everyone is talking about AI. I think that the topic, which is about agentic and autonomy and automation, there can blockchain play a very efficient role as well in the financial industry sector. So what happens technically is, as it always happens, technology scales faster than trust, than people understanding what it is. I can give you an example. I was involved in some project where they talked about digital identity the first time 15 years ago. Yeah, cool. In reality, if you want to move something substantial, structured, it takes longer. It's very easy to program a digital identity system, but implementing it, getting it accepted is a completely different story. In our space, it's very much a little bit similar. I mean, this is like a very interesting meme, what I always present somewhere, because I think the world of builders, developers in our space sometimes not speaks the same language as the big money. If we say it in code we trust, the answer would be, do we really do? So the question is, we need to understand why it is like that. So what I always call it like CCC, I mean, Chaos Computer Club, I don't know if anyone knows that. That was a hacker club in the past. But nowadays, I think it's about different CCCs. So a builder or a person in the industry believes in computation. Users, we always, we need to explain them the biggest problem of boarding on users, they don't understand how to save private keys. Technically not. What for them is, it's about confidence, and what do they do? They trust in a big brand. If a big brand or some big organization stands behind it, they give the user confidence. And I think to make also to institutional industry more confidence, they need a form of compliance because that's how they are managing risk. That's how they are evaluating, because they cannot act like as you act as a personal person. And just saying a smart contract is immutable or a transaction is immutable, that's for them a little bit too less. So what I call this, okay, sorry, there was a problem with the font. Yeah, custody, compliance, privacy. I mean, I lived in Asia, so I would say CCP is not, but it's a fun analogy to it, to be honest. And how do we do this? So build through proofs. So we need to really give proof that what we are doing is solid. I think our industry is old enough to be able to do that. And then what does a person need, which is from an institutional perspective? So I think they need some form of custody, which defines control over the assets and a clear governance, who is responsible for it, who was doing a transaction, why it was done, and proper documented as well. Then compliance, yeah, compliance is needed because, you know, if you are like a larger organization, you cannot just deal with someone which is just trying to run a scam on you. You need to have some confidence there as well. And then, for example, what's very interesting, and it's a little bit crazy in one way, we talk about transparency, but also to, if you are, imagine, would any one of you be happy that everyone would be able to see how much salary you're getting on the blockchain? If you think about this, I also do think no. So I think that topic privacy is a big topic when we are going over the next 2 decades. It's similar, I had interesting discussions today as well. Imagine what the signal would be sent if you would know each bank how much they are doing something. So it would be completely transparent, but I think it's not possible. I think what's about having privacy in a form where it is a selective transparency. So what makes you as a project win in that industry? There's always a market where you can build for DGens because our space is full of them. There's always a market to build for retail, but retail is not stupid anymore. If you want to build for institutionals, there are 2 ways. Yes, our industry itself is large enough to sustain itself. I mean, looking about Hyperliquid, it's a complete ecosystem which is thrown to itself, purely of people who are interested in trading. For example, there are other ecosystems where it's purely people are interested in terms of how technology works. But to move forward, you need to be also too aware, you need to open yourself. I mean, in the earlier days in the blockchain world, I was thinking that, I'll explain it, that people will meet in the middle, but we are seeing now, it's very funny for me, we all celebrate now these digital asset treasury instruments, which technically is completely against the ethos what we were talking before. But okay, I call it also like, what do we need now? There needs some form of code, some form of custody, compliance, and then like governance needs to be involved as well, because that's what institutional money flow, if you want access to it, if we as an industry want access to it, we need to provide and need to be also aware of that's how they understand it, that's how they speak it. So yeah, innovation must speak the language of trust, because in reality what we are saying, and we talked about it before, everyone understands something different what trust means, but we need to understand, if we want to include everyone, what their definition of trust is. Okay, control creates confidence. Yeah, could be a little bit seen the wrong way as well, but control in the sense of like there is a clear definition of what is going on, and that is one of the things where I think if you are focusing on this in the couple of next decade, you will do good. Okay, and technically, if you talk about capital, capital itself is not really afraid about our industry. They are all capital or formation of capital. Everyone is like really used to take high risks, but calculated high risks. So we need to be able to make it for them easy to understand as well. And yeah, waiting for clarity. Technically, trillions of dollars are waiting. We need to see it. Why does big capital even move into our space? Because they expect more yield, let's say it this way. Or also to faster innovation, less costs. In the future, I mean, we see it now. Amazon announced, I think yesterday, they're laying down 30,000 people. They're saying it's because of AI, but in reality, I'm assuming it's not only because of that. Okay, yeah, what should we do? from a developer perspective, I think turning risk into an opportunity, we need to be aware, yes, KYC and AML for some part of the industry is basically necessary. And don't see always, I mean, myself, I always say from shit token to regulated business. But in reality, we need to be aware. I mean, I don't know who of you guys is very long in. I can remember in the early days when there was a project starting, it was like 50 people in a Skype call, someone flashed up a ETH address or whatever, and people were contributing. You didn't have any trust in terms of, you were trusting in the community, you were trusting in the person. But I think down the road, as the community is larger, I don't know anymore whom to trust. Okay, alpha alert, what I always call, we are not shilling tokens because we even don't have a token and there's no need. But alpha alert in the sense of agentic area. I think this is something where blockchain will be a part. That's also to where the whole transition will come when we are talking about entering proper financial rails. So blockchain is basically the memory of all of this. AI will be the mind, and hardware is kind of the motion, because we also do need to think about the whole IoT industry. And I think this will kind of be the trajectory where the whole industry goes in the future. I think it will be not a trajectory that we are opening another online casino because they are just not really where all technology is built and where it's really valued. So I think most of the people or the industry, I always call it, exists a decade, which is around 12 years now. Where we have come is pretty far, to be honest. In another way, every one of us, because we are in the digital world, is normally moving faster. But outside of this room here, if you just go next door into a restaurant, the person knows as much about blockchain, as much about this industry as he most likely knew 6 years before. And actually, he shouldn't really need to know more about it, because how much do you know about how your TV signal comes into your TV, how your TV is decoded? So all or the whole industry of us is basically, I always call it, if you are riding a train, you don't really care about the tracks. And we are basically building the tracks. But without the tracks, there would be not even possible to ride the trains. Okay. Blockchain isn't really replacing finance. It's basically preparing the world for trust at scale, because it provides the rails to run the financial system on it. Okay, yeah, key takeaways. Readiness is the new distribution, so be ready when this is coming, because when it's coming, those which are understanding this part of the industry will basically win. It will be not the one which is paying, I don't know, an exchange 10% of their supply and a couple of millions to be listed. Yeah, that's not even a sustainable business. That's area 3, where it was about speculation. I think now we are completely at a different end. Capital fears ambiguity, not blockchain at all. So that's not the problem for them. Programmable trust turns risk into reliability. We are all very smart people, but we need to understand it doesn't mean that everyone else is understanding what for us certain things mean. So be ready to adapt to them. If you are able to explain it to them in a very concise way and wait for them to trust, they are basically happy to play with us as a calling. Blockchain isn't replacing finance, it's preparing for it. And yeah, we are industrializing confidence, that's what I call it, because trust is about confidence, reliability is about confidence. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's make the industry ready for the capital, which is everyone saying is coming. I mean, we see it, but I think we can only do this together. Yeah, if you want any more information about me, just type my name into Google, or one of the companies I'm involved or which I own is like Fortuna Custody, which you can find under Fortuna Solutions. What we are doing as Fortuna Solutions, we help developer projects, the DeFi industry and the TradeFi industry with those financial or with those instruments we are having to build basically the bridge for them. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much indeed. If you could pass over that thing over there to our next wonderful speaker, and thank you very, very much again, Jürgen Hubbard of Fortuna Solutions. Indeed, very, very lovely and great to see all the neon colors and, of course, the systemic kind of like approach here to the evolution of our industry, as well as all the wonderful alliterations through your presentation. Love it. Absolutely. Now, we're going to speak about yet another topic, yet another ecosystem, if we can, yeah, say it as such. Very, very interesting because we haven't heard a lot yet, but we're going to hear all about Polygon right now, and actually also how basically Polygon is adopting or using Comet BFT. We've already just heard about it 2 presentations ago. Very, very happy and indeed welcome. Absolutely happy and indeed keen to welcome on stage Marcello Ardizione of Polygon. Please feel free to join the stage and also to clap your hands together. I don't have my hands free, so let's do it like this. Marcello, please take it away. Looking forward to hearing from you.
So, hi everyone. Great talk about capital, but yeah, sorry for you, we need to go back to code during this one. I'm a staff protocol engineer at Polygon, and today I'll be sharing with you the engineering journey and the outcome of a very complex project we've carried over the last couple of years. And it's about how we are using Comet BFT for cross-chain communication in Polygon, with a migration that we did on our consensus layer from what we call Hemdall v1 to Hemdall v2. So why does cross-chain communication even matters for Polygon is that, as you may know, Polygon is a dual-layer architecture, right? So we have our execution layer called Bohr, which is a fork of Get, and we also support Eragon as execution layer. And then we have our nervous system, which is Hemdall. It's a Cosmos SDK-based chain on top of Tendermint, which is our consensus and coordination layer, which handles everything cross-chain, since our source of truth is basically L1 Ethereum, right? So every X minutes or number of blocks, Bohr, which is our chain, has to commit cryptographically its state to L1. And cross-chain communication also goes the other way around, right? So whenever a user, for example, wants to bridge some tokens from L1 or a new validator wants to join the network, then we need to propagate those information back from Ethereum to Bohr, right? According to a process we call state sync, while the way around is called checkpoints, right? So side transaction in our case is nothing else than non-user transaction performing cross-chain communication logic. And this was achieved in Hemdall v1, which we just replaced on mainnet in July last summer, with a process which was very difficult to reason, maintain, and verify, right? So the side transaction were working outside kind of a blocks execution workflow. We had to implement ad hoc handlers, background loops, and custom hooks. And this was built on top of Cosmos SDK 037. With the migration, we upgraded to 050, and we moved away from Tendermint 032 to Comet BFT 038. And since this was a non-backward compatible upgrade, we had to basically wipe the whole blockchain history and only keep, of course, the application data, which was 4 or 5 years applications data in Hemdall. So we got rid, basically in one shot, of 4 or 5 years tech debt. We achieved that using Comet BFT. These are some of the methods that Comet BFT provides and that we are leveraging. But the key for us here for side transaction is definitely the extend vote step, right? Where each and every validator can attach non-deterministic data on top of the pre-commit message. And this is nothing else than done with vote extension, which is a byte stream, base 64 encoded, where in our case, we detect the side transaction. The validator can vote on that side transaction by running some checks, and then vote yes or no, right? And once that is done, if the supermajority of the voting power is reached, then the side transaction gets executed. We can look at the example of how we do that for checkpoints, so going from L1 to Bohr. So at prepare proposal step, basically the round proposer will decide what transactions are going to be proposed. And amongst the slice of the transaction, at the very first index by design, he will put, in that case, a message checkpoint, right? And then right after that, at process proposal step, each and every validator will simulate that transaction via checktx. And at the extend vote phase, each validator verifies that checkpoint. For example, it could verify that the root hash, which is submitted by Bohr, is compliant with the local view of Bohr, start block, end block, whatever they need to check. And if it's correctly executed, then they're going to include a signature and vote yes in that vote extension, which then gets verified in the verify vote extension phase, where we ensure that everything is well-formed and signed. and then made available at the next block at the finalized block step. So here we retrieve basically the previous block side transaction, and if we have the quorum of majority of voting power, then this gets executed, and the payload is sent to what we call bridge, which is a tiny layer to then propose the checkpoint to Ethereum, right? This also goes the way around from L1 to Bohr in case of state sync. This is only the part regarding the side transaction, but of course, reworking a chain, a running chain on Cosmos SDK and rerunning the Genesis, basically, is a complicated process. We had to go through requirements engineering together with informal system folks. We had to go through, of course, design, implementation, and operation through a Cosmos SDK coordinated upgrade, which was basically forcing each and every validator to perform an upgrade at the same time. So let's look in depth at all these steps. First off, we had, of course, to fork Comet and Cosmos SDK, right? Because we had to implement the EVM compatibility, and we had to port over all the changes for making side transaction work from Tendermint to Comet BFT. And once that was done, we had to implement our application layer, which we call Heimdall v2. Here we have a set of custom and common modules. The custom modules live under the Heimdall v2 repository, which is open source. And here we manage everything related to side transaction, checkpoint, state sync, upgrade, or any withdraw or bumping the fees, and everything related basically to the cross communication. And then we have a set of common modules which we kept under the Cosmos SDK fork just to ease the process of upstream merge following, which is oath, bank, consensus, and governance. And then we had to enhance the Heimdall v2 application with a custom command called migrate, which was the core of the tools that we have provided the node operators with, which was basically responsible for translating whatever gets exported by Heimdall v1 into a Genesis JSON format which is compatible with v2. And then there was a last step to verify this data where we basically could load in memory the Genesis exported from v1, translated to v2, and then with this new file, we were running init Genesis and exporting the data from the new database, right? So that we could match whatever was coming from v1 against v2 to make sure that no node operators would face any up hash error while launching v2. And then we had to optimize Heimdall v1 as well. This is because the export is a very heavy process, memory-wise. And we had to make sure that all the node operators could run this without any high-spec machine. And also, we had to embed the what we call apocalypse height, which is basically the final height at which all the node would stop. And we had to make sure that at least one node was fully synced, because once it was fully synced, we could export a Genesis and checksum and make it available with an audit process for the community, because while all the validators were reaching this height, they were going down, right, exiting the process. So it could be that other nodes, maybe sentries, were not fetching or committing the last height because out of sync or any peering issue. And in that case, we had to force them to download the Genesis instead of proposing it their own. And then we had to decouple Bohr from Heimdall. Heimdall is strictly reliant on Bohr because it's basically, as it was with Heimdall v1, Bohr would stop immediately if Heimdall went down. So we had to modify Bohr in a way that was compatible with both v1 and v2, and also make sure that the blocks would process and the transaction would be processed even without Heimdall. So the only thing that we stopped during the migration was cross-chain communication, so any bridging, state sync, or checkpoint transaction. And then we could finally invoke this migrate bash command, which was responsible of many things, amongst the other checking basically all the dependencies, running the export, generating the checksum of v1, migrating to v2, initializing the chain in v2, and running some ownership and permission checks, and make sure that everything was ready for the v2 start. And this is just a simple output of that migration script. As you can see, last row, it took like 10 seconds to run. This is, of course, just a devnet I was running for a couple of days with not many transactions going on. But for mainnet, for example, we had a Genesis file of around 5 giga, which was pretty heavy to export. It took around 5 minutes. But the biggest chunk of work was for the verification of data, which took around 15 to 20 minutes. And here you can see the last moments of life for Heimdall v1, where we basically had 6 seconds blocks time. And at the end, you can see that this apocalypse height was reached. In this DevNet case is block 900. And right after that, this node basically stopped producing blocks. So we could invoke the migrate command, going basically from what you see on the left side, the Genesis in v1, to Genesis v2 on the right side. And as you can see, we have a different chain ID, we have a different Genesis time, we have a different initial height, which for v2 was basically the last committed height from v1 plus 1. And then we have this vote extension enable height, which made available the side transaction and the vote extension basically from the very first height of the new chain. Finally, we could basically launch Heimdall v2 as soon as the Genesis start time hit. And yeah, that's the most complicated part in the end, was to wait kind of for all the validators to move their voting power to the new chain, reach the supermajority so that the blocks would start being produced. And here you can see right after Heimdall v1 stopped, I trigger the script for the migration. A new chain started with a different chain ID and the proper Tendermint and Comet BFT version, and then we instantly achieved 1 second block time. Here, going back to side transaction, right? On top, you can see after some blocks, a new checkpoint was triggered at a certain block height. Particularly, it was 1505. And as you can see, this particular validator voted yes on that checkpoint. And the supermajority was reached. And then the next height, 1506, the checkpoint was submitted to the bridge to be submitted to L1. And then I also triggered, a deposit on L1, which was simulated by Anvil in this case. And this, at Cascade, generate all the side message server and post handler, which basically propagated all these changes back to Heimdall and then more to make it available at a particular height for that specific user. Here you can see how the state was basically persisted. On top, you have a gRPC call to fetch the latest checkpoint. And on the bottom of the page, you see a new custom command we have implemented, VE decode. As I said before, vote extension are stream byte base 64 encoded here, right? We are decoding them. And as you can see, we have a particular payload, which represents the checkpoint that is encoded as a vote extension in that block. And you also see the supermajority, 100% voting yes on that. Same goes for the state sync, the deposit on top, and all the translation of this to something that Heimdall could digest. Yep, that is basically it for the demo. Where we stand right now is that with V2, finally, we have native support for ABCI++ and vote extension, and we were able to finally have side transaction as truly native and part of the block's execution workflow. And we did this very complex upgrade. Someone defined it like the most complex one in Polygon's chain history. We rolled out the testnet upgrade in June, and then mainnet right after that in July. And what we got out of it was a faster finality, going down from 90 seconds to 5. We saw an instant reduction in blocks time for a factor of 5. And then we saw a huge drop in chain reorgs. This also paved the way to the latest hard fork we have executed, Rio hard fork, through the enablement of validator-elected block proposer in mainnet. And we are basically now connecting to the AG layer to provide aggregated liquidity on our chain, connecting to many others. And ultimately, we want to reach 100,000 TPS on the long run. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. If you have any topic to discuss, I'm around. Thank you.
Massive thanks indeed, Marcello. Thank you so much for being here. You can give this, you gave that to me. Marcello Ardizione once again from Polygon. Wonderful to have so many wonderful speakers. I will just keep this in my hand until we have the next speakers at arm distance. Now, we are going to speak a little bit more about blockchain complexity. Already the word is complex, let alone the very topic that we're going to speak about more substantially. Once again, blockchain complexity and how we are really going to bring that to mass adoption, a topic, of course, that already came to the surface a couple of times. Now, I'm quickly waiting for our speaker to be ready to be all mic'd up. What I can also tell you, once again, we have a couple of more panels and keynotes planned. Then we have lunch. Then we have also an afternoon session with awards for some of the speakers. We have a pitching competition where 2 of the best projects that actually have been pitching in a different room yesterday have been selected to actually pitch on stage right here, all in front of you, as well as in front of a jury. And there's much more planned, including about where potentially Cosmoverse 2026 next year might take place. Lots of announcements to be made, lots of thrilling and exciting endeavors to uncover this afternoon. Now, our speaker is ready. I just saw him on my left-hand side. Very, very happy and indeed thrilled to welcome on stage Alexander, or Alex, Litreev from Sentinel. Please be put your hands together. Thank you very, very much. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone else. And you're going to speak about Sentinel, peer-to-peer, and a lot more, surely. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And this one is yours. Yep. Thank you.
Good morning. So Sentinel been out there in Cosmos ecosystem for years. And we've seen a lot, and today I'd like to share you our journey from complexity of our own blockchain to actual mass adoption, to giving all the features that we have to offer to users in a way that they can enjoy them without having any special knowledge. So for those who don't know what Sentinel is, I'll briefly explain. Sentinel is a decentralized network of DVPN nodes. Anyone in the world can spin up their own DVPN server, DVPN node, on their web server, on their home PC, or even mobile device, and offer their bandwidth for others to use. So they can use their devices, their DVPN nodes, as exit nodes to access the web online and bypass regional restrictions. Sentinel proven to be much more resilient to censorship than any other VPN out there, beating centralized VPN easily in certain regions with most heavy internet censorship, such as China, Russia, and many others. So, but in decentralized world and decentralized application, there is a few things that are making it much more complex for people to use it, and today we're going to talk about them. So when you open a decentralized app on your mobile device, you need an account, right, to access your assets or anything else there. Should it be DeFi app, should it be DPIN app, whatever, we're going to start with mnemonic, right? 12 words, you put them at the start of the app to access your account. So we're going to use a mnemonic, right? No. Who wants a mnemonic? It is 12 words, you write it down on a piece of paper, you store it somewhere, you lose it, your asset's gone, everything's gone. Yeah, no one wants that. Another thing that is maybe concerning for people who are not familiar with crypto and new to this area, let's say, to this field, is things called gas fees. And gas fee errors can be confusing for those who are not experienced in this. And this is something that we don't want to have in the front end. That is something that we don't want people to see and experience, because user experience in the app should be as flawless as in any centralized app. In general, it feels like most of the decentralized apps nowadays require you to have a special knowledge, like basically you need to be as experienced as jet fighter pilot to operate it. We don't want that to be that way. So we decided that we're gonna make an effort for a mass adoption so anyone could use decentralized apps without even knowing that it is decentralized. Like my grandma would use it. So there is a nice guy, Alan Kay, and he once said that people who really care about software should make their own hardware. And I think we can extrapolate that quote to blockchain as well. And people who really care about blockchain should care about mass adoption and availability of that product to everyone, not only to geeks and those who are experienced in that field. So what we did at Sentinel, we decided that we will break down the project into 3 things. In general, you can do that so with any decentralized platform, with any decentralized app. Everything starts with the core, with the blockchain itself, which is the engine of your product, right? It powers all the operations and works under the hood, and it makes it possible for your app to do what it does. Of course, there is a layer on top of it, which is client application. That is something that user can touch, user can feel, user can experience on their own device, install on their Mac, on their iPhone, Android device, whatever. But there is a third thing that most of the apps are lacking. And there is something that no one really cares about, but they should, is magic. A little touch of magic is something that is needed to all decentralized apps to make them work as smoothly as all centralized apps that people are get used to already. So we at Sentinel, we decided to found another company called Norse to make not only an app that uses our blockchain under the hood, but also making an app comfortable to use for those who are not experienced with the blockchain at all. So using Norse as our brand, we launched an application called DVPN that is available on App Store and Google Play already. And it is very simple. It is very straightforward, and it is available for everyone to use without any special knowledge. It does not require any mnemonics. It does not require to have you any experience with the blockchain whatsoever. This is how it looks like. So you got a pretty easy, pretty simple interface out there. You can just tap on this little button out here to pick a country of the VPN server you would like to connect to, and you will be presented with a list of countries of your choice. So you can have some selection here as the countries for free connectivity, and you can purchase a subscription to connect to more countries. In decentralized applications, you usually do so by doing some payments through decentralized means using MetaMask, Kepler, whatever. We thought that it might be a little bit more complex for people who are not experienced with decentralized apps. So we integrated centralized means of payments that are decentralized under the hood. So clicking the Try DVPN Plus button ends up with opening with a list of plans that you can choose, and you can pay with a double tap of the side button using classic means of payment within the app. And what it does, it takes your money from your centralized means of payment, and it converts it seamlessly to cryptocurrency and executes transaction on your behalf under the hood. Afterwards, you will be able to pick a country that you would like to use. You can pick the city, and you can pick the server you would like to connect to. Everything, the same experience and a centralized VPN application. Easy as that. So you end up with just one button that you need to press in order to get connected. No complicated process of setting up your account, no complicated process of figuring out how does it work. It just works. You just press a button, you get connected, that's it. So how we made it possible? We separated blockchain logic from the user experience. In a blockchain, we have a set of nodes that is operated on the Sentinel blockchain. Under the hood of the application, we have a wallet that is there, it is in the app, but you just don't see it. When you interact with the app, when the user interacts with the app, it sends transactions on your behalf to the Sentinel blockchain and does all the heavy lifting for you, so you don't have to think about it. And what user is left with is beautiful user experience. We decided that we can take this experience much further, and we can pack it into something that we call DVPN SDK. So any developer out there who is not even knowing anything about blockchain can integrate decentralized VPN into their existing centralized VPN applications or build their own new one. So we covered most of the platforms. We brought a beautiful application for mobile devices on iOS and Android. We made a beautiful app for tablets, for iPads, Android tablets. People love it. We also did not forget about desktop platforms as well, bringing our app to Mac, Windows, and other platforms. But there is one more category of devices that we're missing, and no one cared about them so much. And we were wondering why. What could it be? where else could you have a VPN that would make sense? Is it like Tesla? Or maybe your kettle, PlayStation? No. The other category of devices that we have covered is TV platform. We introduced DVPN by Sentinel on both Android TV and tvOS by Apple, making it possible for people all over the world to watch their favorite content on Hulu, Netflix, YouTube, and other streaming platforms using DVPN. And this is something no centralized VPN can do, because all of these services, all of these streaming platforms are detecting centralized VPNs, and they cannot do so with the Sentinel. And this brought us massive success. As a matter of fact, DVPN app for tvOS became the #1 most downloaded app on the TV app store for, in the category of top 3 apps. Yeah, thank you. And we didn't stop there. We pushed our experience even further. So we already had 3 beautiful applications on our chain. DVPN that I just demonstrated. We had a previous app called Solar DVPN, which had a bit more decentralized experience. You had mnemonic there, you have some tokens management there. We had another app we developed in partnership with developers in Turkey, like independent DVPN. It became extremely popular in the Middle East, like over 1 million downloads so far. And in the course of the last 2 years, we onboarded 3 new beautiful applications that all of them are already live. First one is Vault. Vault CEO here, Zach Wickstrom. Vault is a platform. It is a way for you to monetize your data. It is world's first transparent data brokerage platform that allows you to earn from your own data instead of data brokers earning money out of it. There is a Ring VPN, which is existing centralized VPN service. They have over 5 million downloads so far, and now they adopted Sentinel DVPN to use our servers that are available on the blockchain instead of having their own infrastructure, so they can save costs. And another product out there called Encrypt SIM, which is virtual SIM cards for traveling bundled with the DVPN. So when you travel to China or any other countries with the limitation of the connectivity there, you can have both data and access to your favorite websites, even if they're blocked there. So all of this progress was something that makes our next milestone possible. So far, Sentinel reached 1 million total unique users. And we went on #1 place of most monthly active users in Map of Zones. So this is our journey with Sentinel, and how do we exactly how do we make it possible for people to experience decentralization in a way that they can know not anything about blockchain or decentralized technologies, but still benefit out of it, having all the decentralization under the hood. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for the mic. I will just pass this back to our wonderful tech team, and this I will already pass on to Viet. Thank you so much, Alexander, for honestly disrupting stuff, bringing mass adoption, actually bringing applications out there all across devices that work, that are being used. Wonderful mission, absolutely love it. And it's not easy to do, but you guys have done it. Massive congratulations. Right, that brings me to the next keynote, indeed provided kindly by our speaker that we've already seen on stage before, indeed Viet. Now, Viet is going to be speaking about sustainable developer economies, from surviving to thriving. Very, very keen to listen to that and really learn more in reality how Celestia is creating this sustainable developer community and economy, quite likely. Please be very, very welcome on stage again, Viet of Celestia. Put your hands together. Looking forward to this. Thank you for being back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. First, fellas, I just wanted to congratulate you on the third day. We finally made it, everyone in one piece. And I wanted to really thank Ciro and his team at Cosmoverse, who has created this awesome environment. This is my first Cosmoverse. I was watching all Cosmoverses online because I was busy shipping code in my cave. And yeah, it has been wonderful to know that we all gather to talk about where we go next with Cosmos Stack, where we go as a community. And yeah, today I really want to talk about one of the points that is kind of like an elephant in the room lately, and I want to address it in a very candid manner. A little bit about myself. I'm Viet, head of developer relations at Celestia Labs, and I'm also one of the founding engineers since August 2021. And I'm kind of like an iPhone when I introduce myself to the people. I'm designed by Vietnamese, but assembled in Ukraine. So you can think of me more of a product of globalization and love, backed by this insane international collaboration that creates things that last. So far, I have lasted for 31 years. And yeah, I truly believe we need to collaborate if we want to move forward as humanity. And today, we really need to touch the topic of sustainable economies. Otherwise, all we're creating will not last. And to bring you the first point, guys, that I have discovered when I was learning about this topic, we need to touch the topic of cost barriers. Because the financial and time costs for developers in Web3 are way too high. They're just way too high. Let it settle, and I'll repeat again, it's way, way, way too high. And the question is simple. What needs to change in order for the app chain adoption to explode? We all are here because we believe the app chain adoption is the only way forward if we want to see a thriving community and usage from end users. And if we compare today's Web 2 to Web 3 costs, it has never been easier, faster, and cheaper to launch a SaaS than launch a chain. And that is horrendously bad. Because in Web 2, you can literally use Prisma, Vercel, Stripe, a few APIs, and in less than a day, you are paying less than a cappuccino to have your app working. And why we cannot have this in Web 3? Why in Web 2 we have such a interesting phenomenon called Peter Levels, who is creating startup every month or week, and you have a whole movement called Build in Public that, of course, is going through their own dramas, but the results are visible through screenshots of MRRs and ARRs of changing people's lives. We don't have such stories in big prevalence in Web 3. Because in Web 3, what we have is the replication problem. I don't understand why in Web 3 we need to still think in 2000s eras where everything is so expensive and slow that you need to literally have a Le Jose education and a sovereign wealth fund to just pull it off. It's just impossible to think in today's world. And to make it super bad, we are, comparing to Web 2, not innovating. We are literally sending ourselves to irrelevance if we continue such practices going forward. Because it's not the big players who do the changes, it's the small players who start really fast, iterate, and go win the game. You can look at Hyperliquid, that's the beautiful Cinderella story we're all looking up to as we're moving forward. And the bad thing is that the upfront costs cost hundreds of thousands of dollars before you even see your first block. As Celestia, myself, who started all this, we were literally cooking for 2.5 years, coordinating with everyone to even see our first block on 31st of August, 2023. This should not be the same going forward, because this is not innovation. This is coordination, friction. And to give you guys an understanding why this is very bad, we all have stumbled on the same problems of RPCs, explorers, bridges, that takes weeks, if not months, of BD work to even start things off. This is bad. This is not permissionless. And if we do like this going forward, This is not just the vibe problems, it's the death sentence to our relevancy, which means that we will lose the mindshare battle between all the developers in the world going forward. And if you wonder, the meme of why devs are not doing something, I just want you to remember that they're fighting with the system that we've built. And they are not bringing value to everyone else. And to give you, some context, I have my own lesson that I learned the hard way. That's why I'm head of developer relations, I guess. Back in 2024, I helped a team win a hackathon, and the idea was pretty simple. Hey, let's make verifiable events tickets. Because we learned that a lot of artists, especially indie, they want really direct connections with their fans through gamified tier systems. And we knew that in order to fulfill one of the promises, we needed an app chain. And you guessed it right, 4 months later, we're still in onboarding purgatory. Nothing is done. It's all bad. And a lot of operators that I talked to myself ghosted us because they didn't know who we are. And one of the teams asked us for $40,000 just to start talking, 3 months waiting list. And yeah, you need to lock in. You have to have vendor lock-in for 12 months. If you tell me that is innovation, I would say that is not innovation. That is a message that you need to do it in Web 2 using SaaS. And this is the first thing we need to admit, guys. We need to admit that this is a problem. This is not hand-wavy. This is not going away with enterprises. This is literally the problem of everyone who's watching the stream, or even, today in this room, that if we don't treat this and we don't admit it, that's the problem. And we need to take it seriously. And this is where to give you guys an understanding why I joined Celestia in 21, I knew that with this technology, we can make abundance of security budgets for each developer through one API call. Before, it was coordination, figuring out with people, are they good, are they bad? With Celestia, we're literally saying, hey guys, one API call, you're good. Just go do something else. And you can launch a bunch of chains without vendor lock-in. You want Evolve, you want Cosmos SDK, you want OP-Stack, Nitro, you name it. It's all in your hands. You can do it on your own. And if you really worry about decentralization and you want to start spreading out in order to have resilience, you can still add validators later. It does not need to have all of the properties since the get-go. And now you see with perp decks and clubs and dexes, people are literally doing that, but the budget to pull it off is still way too high. And at Celestia, you will ask me, Viat, okay, you created this, guys. Why not a lot of actions are coming up? I think you guessed it. RPCs, explorers, bridges, paymasters, indexing, so many things are stuck between launching on production and staying in DevNet. And the DA is one of the pieces that was solved, but it's not everything. So you know that lowering the cost to start is not enough. Lowering the cost to stay is the question that we need to address in good manners together. And the second thing that I learned after going through all this journey is validators here would run software for devs, but they don't know how to do it. And when they want to do it, they are addressed with NDAs, SLAs, and back and forth of months of BD work. That's really bad. And we have solved this before. If you remember the proof of work days, miners were basically incentivized to use the best engineering software and doing revenue share because they knew they were more efficient than ever before. And in proof of stake, we all learned that with only MEV, we can do this again. So I want to give you with a message, let's think broadly more of just block production, but more in a service-based style, where we need to collaborate as devs and validators to pull off the economy that is sustainable. Because we, devs and validators, if you look at the data and you talk today with everyone in the room, this is SMEs. This is small, medium-sized enterprises. This is not an enterprise sales pitch where you need to sit in days of calls. You literally just need to talk together, figure out the deal, and close it. And guess what? We all love repeatable, verifiable, fast deals. This is how SMEs thrive and move forward. The problem, again, is we need conviction. And this is where the problems begin with months of BD work. And I guess even in 2021, we had the same problems when we were picking which validators will come, to the first set or not the first set when we were selecting, the list for the mainnet. This is not bad. This is not good. And you would tell me, Viet, well, you have the developer tooling. why we don't have it. Like, why we're talking about this, why we can't do it right now. And I can give you guys that the tooling is still not there yet. We are in a stage where good tooling is closed-sourced, open source tooling is half abandoned, and they're not even cooked to a stage that people can trust it. And this creates friction of uncertainty, manual checkups, and people just don't want to use it, or they just straight ahead say that we don't want to support X due to A and B. But I want today to leave you guys with understanding that this might be our opportunity, that we need to work together, RevShare, to solve this and actually bring back the good economies, through collaboration that can be verified. Again, the deals. And even today, in rollups model, etc., you already see the good practice that people do through RevShare on sequencing. Again, it's all block production. We need to do something else in order to sustain it, because only the big teams or very good VC-funded teams can afford to run any chains today. And while tooling still lags, we have the pieces. This is the great insight I learned, is that not everything is lost. It's all about collaborating and shipping what truly matters to move the needle. And now, for the long game, I really want you guys to start thinking in broader models of thinking like AWS. They have 240 core services and 30,000 integrations. This is why they're the kingmaker. This is why a lot of people use them. It's just so convenient. And I think we can pull this off because we have one of the best validators communities in the world. We have a single implementation called the data availability to be solved, which took years of research from both EF and Celestia to pull this off. And most importantly, we still have a chance because we have 29 million developers who don't know about our technology, or they don't have the time to learn it, with the gaps that we have today. Just to give you guys some numbers, according to Electric Capital, this year we have only 20,000 devs. That is a drop in the ocean. And we can change that through good sustainable economics without outsourcing everything to centralized cloud providers. Because, again, we have the pieces to make it work. And you can think that the road might be long and then compounding is invisible, but I just want to remind you guys that if we do it right and it clicks, everyone will call it an overnight success. And this is literally what happens every single time you innovate. You need to stick it for the long game. You need to talk to people and ship until everyone gets it. Otherwise, this will not work. And I just wanted to bring, a good set of questions for you to have any conversations going forward, is that how a developer team can connect directly to the validator without having BD work, how a validator team can serve immediately all the workloads that developers want without, going through background checks of NDAs and BD and SLA services, and what actually we can ship today to make it work. If we have soft conversations, we will actually create an economy because we have social coordination consensus instead of just talking about debugging latest releases and just chilling in Discord waiting for dev to do something. And yeah, thank you very much for listening. I hope it was insightful.
It was insightful, no doubt about that. I have a feeling of yes, we can. Thank you so much, Viet. Love, actually, I'm just going to give this back to our wonderful tech team as well. Loving it, absolutely. Now, what we're going to do right now is another yes, we can, a small yes, we can, to do a little chair swap, because we're preparing ourselves for a wonderful keynote, fireside, fire note, maybe a new concept for the next Cosmoverse 2026, what we're going to speak about later, actually, this afternoon, where that's going to happen, potentially, in some other alpha. Anyway, so what we're going to do now is actually speak a little bit more about privacy, right? We could see this coming, specifically given the two gentlemen that we've already seen on stage yesterday, earlier today as well. We're setting up here. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you for your help all the way through the event. So everyone who's watching here, as well as at home or at the office, wherever you are on Saturday, maybe, privacy, right? So I'm very, very thrilled and indeed happy to welcome on stage, first of all, Alex Zeidelson, once again from Secret Labs. Please put your hands together, much appreciated. Alex, welcome back on stage. And of course, alongside yourself, yet another Alex or Alexander, Litrev, we already seen you from Sentinel. Come back on stage.
Long time no see.
Yeah, indeed. Super keen to hear from you. Gentlemen, looking forward to this. 3 Alexes on stage together. Wonderful.
Wow.
Take it away.
A lot. Okay. Hey, Alex. Shall we start? Privacy.
Yeah. So let's talk why privacy important. First of all, it became a global trend during the course of the past few years, and people now becoming more and more self-conscious about preserving their data online, and they started to understand the risks that violation of privacy poses. And we both working in the area focusing on protecting privacy and ensuring that data is not being manipulated in a way that people don't want it to be. So I guess Alex can tell more about what Secret Network does in that aspect. And
yeah, sure. So first, I'll just state the obvious. Privacy is super important. Demanding and having privacy doesn't mean that the person is a criminal or has something nefarious to hide. We all want privacy in our personal lives, our business lives, our financial lives. None of us wants to have our credit card statements to be published online for anyone to review, and frankly, that's what happens with all of our spending on non-confidential blockchains, which are most of the blockchains today. So at Secret Labs, we're actually solving for privacy on 2 levels. One level is on the blockchain itself. So the Secret Network is a blockchain that uses trust execution environments, TEs, to encrypt all the smart contract interactions. So the tokens on Secret Network, like our variant of ERC20, like USDC, USDT, whatever, Atom, Bitcoin, they're all confidential. All the transaction graph is hidden. Nobody knows your balances. Nobody knows who you're transferring to and from. That's our initial product. And what we're working on now is confidential virtual machines, which is actually off-chain computation, where the information that people are sending to a server is not available neither to the owner of the hardware nor even to the developer of the server itself, or the application itself. And this is achieved, again, using confidential virtual machines powered by trust execution environments. So privacy is important. There are multiple ways to do it. With Secret, we are relying on TEs to provide this privacy for all kinds of applications, off-chain and on-chain.
I just spoke on stage regarding what Sentinel does with the DVPN. And we have another venture on Sentinel. We developed Sentinel Scout that is designed to have a decentralized and provable way of mining data for training large language models. And this is also another important aspect of privacy is the ethical data mining and making sure that data that you mine to train your own large language model is not being manipulated in any way. And I think that trusted execution environment is something that we might be actually interested in. Combining all the efforts from the Sentinel network with the Secret might be a good thing to do.
Closing deals on stage, that's the new,
that's the way to
new
go.
thing. So actually, Alex, what you said, it brings us to the world of AI. Right, and privacy of AI. So who here is using LLMs on a daily basis? Like, okay, a lot of hands. And yes, they're getting to our lives. But when we're using them on a daily basis, what does that mean? That means that they know everything about us. They know more than we, in a lot of cases, they know more than we know about ourselves already. So they have, like, I like to put it this way. So before all those huge companies, they had a lot of our data, right? What we are watching, what we're liking, what we're buying. Now they are starting to get our soul, because people confine their most intimate questions to ChatGPT or Anthropic or whoever. And these guys are just collecting this information. And that information is immensely powerful. We can't even imagine how powerful it is, because then they can plant ideas into our minds, essentially. So that's why confidential AI is very important. This is also one of our products. So along with verifiable training, we also need protected inference, where all the prompts, all the questions that the users send to the LLM are not going anywhere. And again, with our TE implementation that uses both Intel CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs, it is possible to actually provably achieve that the information is not going anywhere. And I think this will become more and more important, and more people realize that AI interactions cannot be just, just taken for granted, and we shouldn't trust those huge companies that they will protect our data, because they will not protect our data. They will use it in their interests and not in our interests, that's for sure.
In general, trusting companies is a bad idea, at all. And it can be applied not only to AI field, but to, frankly, any field out there. For example, with the VPNs, our main focus is, we usually take it for granted what they say. We believe their word, that they do not keep logs, they do not keep track of your activity. But during the course of past years, we saw multiple VPN companies who claim that they keep no logs, actually getting their logs leaked to the bigger public. And that's something that we are also concerned in Sentinel, and that's why we making it on such a model where you don't have to trust a vendor of application, and you use the nodes that do not know anything about your identity, as your payment and your, let's say, account is concealed behind this abstract wallet address, which is not linked to your identity anyhow. And that's one another thing that we can talk about as well, that if we talk about AI and the way how people interact with it, they usually give themselves the most sensitive information to AI. For example, someone feeling unwell, and they asking AI what is wrong with them. And the AI, ChatGPT or Grok, whatever, it already has the information about people's disabilities, medical conditions, and very sensitive stuff that can be used very well against them. Mm-hmm. And there is no way for any corporate, for any company to actually prove that they are not doing so, unless they have an open source, zero knowledge technology, such as the one provided by Secret, the one that we develop at Sentinel as well. And yeah, so this is something that we should always keep in mind.
Yeah, I'll just add to this. So it's not just medical data. People are asking, okay, my boss is an asshole, so what do I do? He says that. Now, a lot, people talk about their family, their relationships, everything.
Someone asks ChatGPT, how do I hide a body of 40 kilograms chicken just for a friend? Yeah, and that's the other thing also, ethics and so on.
So, Alex, we talked earlier, and I think an interesting question is, does the regulation or whatever the governments have to say about privacy, does it help? What is happening there? What is the latest in this space?
So, as we in Europe, I'm going to talk about European initiatives. It is very concerning to see what's developing out there for the past years, especially the initiative about decrypting chats for sake of security. It is always not a good idea, because once smart person said that if you make a key and for a good guys, there is no way to make sure that this key will not end up in the hands of the bad guys.
Or the good guys just become bad occasionally.
Yeah, that's very often the case, actually. I can tell from the country I come from. Yeah, so, yeah, not the point. The point is that regulations often appear before technology is actually out there. And this is very frequently the case with the European Union, for example. we very frequently trying to regulate something before it is even adopted, and it is not always the right thing to do. I'm very glad that there is a discussion still ongoing on multiple topics regarding that. But in general, I think legislation should push more on forcing companies to be more transparent and ensuring that they are not compromising on such things as end-to-end encryption, as zero-knowledge proofs of not owning your data, for example, or processing your data confidentially, and such stuff. Sadly, we now, like it's a global trend, we observe that they are doing exactly the opposite. We hope for a better change there. So.
Yeah, it seems like a little schizophrenic. So originally this regulation, GDPR, was about protecting user data. And now they're saying, well, we should protect user data, but also we should be able to have a look at the user data and the most sensitive user data whenever we want. Like trying to install backdoors. I very much hope that technology companies will, that are global at least, will not comply with this, but I guess it will be hard.
Yeah, also it is, they often say that this is made for sake of security, right? And there is another take on that you can say that implementing backdoors is actually a threat to a national security of European countries, for example, because it makes it possible for malicious actors from hostile countries to actually collect data about activities of European citizens, government officials, and many other people out there. And it is much more riskier to have this backdoor even existing than not having one at all. That's why it is important to support such projects as decentralized chats with end-to-end encryption, trusted execution environments in AI, and decentralized apps in general, DPN infrastructure that are not possessing any knowledge about their end user and do not disclose any data to any third parties.
So I have a question just popped up to my mind after what you said. How can we as an industry, how can we push those decentralized applications in a stronger fashion? Because right now everything is dominated by huge players like messaging. You have WhatsApp and Telegram, and that's it, right? Yeah. So how do we push those decentralized alternatives so that people actually start using them? Is it user experience, price, like what is it?
Yeah, I think that the most important topic is to making apps not less convenient than their centralized alternatives. It is very frequently the case because when we try to use a chat, everyone probably used WhatsApp or Telegram out there, right? And it's very hard for people to switch onto something that is decentralized. First of all, because it's way more complex in terms of user experience and UI. Same for DeFi, for DPN, and many other projects. And I think the more focus we put on user experience, the user journey from the app installation to actual use, the more mass adoption we will see. So yeah, I see that our time is slowly running out, and we have about 1 minute left. I'd like to say that we might want to have some questions from the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask something? Go ahead. That's actually a great question, and yeah, I'll briefly answer. So, so the question was, if you deploy a DVPN node on your home computer and someone using it as an exit node and does some bad stuff, and then police knocking on your door afterwards, how you can prevent that from happening and what you should do in general. So, yeah, briefly answering. This is something that you can solve with multi-hop, making sure that your DVPN node is not being used as a final exit node, and traffic is being rerouted elsewhere, for example, to a node that is spin up in the cloud. That is something that you can do, and this is something that we're considering in the next update of the Sentinel. There's also an important factor that we have a presumption of innocence in the law. And something that is coming from your IP address does not necessarily mean that you did it, and it is obligation of law enforcement to prove that you are the one responsible for the actions and not someone that is using your node. And an explanation that you're running a DVPN node should be enough. We had several cases like that in Turkey recently, and everything went well for those who were running the nodes there. So yeah, we already are out of time. I thank everyone for being there. Thanks for inviting us. And for those who are interested in Sentinel and Secret, you can catch us after the talk and the corridor out there. And there's also guys in the back with the merch of Sentinel. You can feel free to grab those t-shirts and hoodies, guys. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Great chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much indeed to our wonderful fireside speakers indeed, Alex and Alex. Whilst we're going to quickly change some of the chairs, because we are, heating up for yet another panel discussion. It will actually be our last panel discussion before we're heading towards lunch over here and a short break for those who are watching from home. We have some wonderful builders with us that are going to be speaking about really lessons about building with Cosmos. Some of the wonderful gentlemen that I'm about to announce, you've already seen them on stage over the last couple of days. Obviously, this is day 3 of Cosmoverse 2026. And they're all building in one way or the other with the Cosmos stack. And ultimately, I'm sure they have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge to share with every one of you, either here or indeed at home. So slowly, I would love to welcome on stage various people. First of all, Artem, indeed, from Oak Research. Please be very, very welcome on stage. Great to have you here again, Oak Research, just to repeat that, wonderful. Alongside yourself, there should be as well Dean. Dean, are you around? Yeah, we've already seen you. Love your energy from Agoric. Anthony, we've seen your wonderful keynote as well. Sorry, Vincent, correct? Yes, Vincent, there was a swap there from Anthony to Vincent from Lumera. Thank you very, very much indeed. And last but not least, Jaron from Poly. Put your hands together, please. Much appreciated. Gentlemen, take it away. Keen to learn from you. Great that you're all here again.
Thank you very much. All right, you can hear me. Okay, you guys didn't sit in the right place, but it's fine. I think you're quite recognizable. I think this will be a fun panel because there is a lot of things to say about Cosmos in general, about building on a blockchain. I haven't sent you over any questions, so this will be even better because you'll discover them at the same time. All right, just before talking about Cosmos, let's talk about making a choice of building your dApp on the blockchain. I think one of the things to consider are things like community adoption, uses, TVL, whatever. So what other factors did you consider before launching on Cosmos, and what are the things that you have in general to consider before launching your own project on a blockchain?
So we both have a platform, and now we have an app we're building. We originally actually started out connected with Polkadot. So we looked at other things. This was all pre-Celestia, pre-rollups, pre all that sort of stuff. But it wasn't working out for us, and we met the Cosmos team, not the Cosmos team, but sort of a bunch of the Cosmos community, and partly values aligned, partly technology aligned, right? The idea of self-sovereign system that cooperates with other systems in a useful and productive way. It's like, yeah, that's what an economy is. A mall is one where you get, you're sitting in controlled real estate and you're paying a tithe and they're providing all the security and all that sort of stuff. An economy is much bigger than that, and so the whole Cosmos ethos fundamentally was much more aligned with the idea of an economy, much more aligned with you're a business business that has an idea that you're going to take to market that can cooperate and exist with these other things, and so that was great. Add to that, simple requirements of the technology stack that, at least at the time, Cosmos was unique in, which is fast finality, right? Fast finality, durable state, high performance, all those things were essential.
Okay.
So that was quite a while ago, and people have been inspired and carrying this forward, and so that tech advantages have spread, and so one could go, well, okay, should I move to Celestia? Should we use one of these other tech things? Do we use Hyperlane? Do we, all these stuff? But fundamentally, that core values and the core technology advantages are still relevant here.
Okay.
Yeah. So Lumira previously was passed on network, built off a fork of the Zcash. UTXO based, slower block times, all of that. And when we made the decision to transfer our project onto the Cosmos ecosystem, I think first and foremost, one of the most important things is their focus on interoperability. Obviously, the sovereignty aspect and our customizability and all of that is great, but immediately when you're building an L1 on Cosmos, your own chain on Cosmos, you can have immediate connectivity to all the other chains on Cosmos, through the IBC relayer. And I think that, solves a lot of the fragmentation issues that can exist on, other ecosystems and things like that. And so, yeah, I think for us, the direction that Cosmos, has been moving in is something that really aligns with our philosophy of interoperability. Regardless of whatever ecosystem you're building on, you can find some sort of connectivity towards. So yeah, that's for us.
Yeah, for us, our team participated in the Cosmos ICO, and so starting to build on Cosmos was kind of a no-brainer. But also Poly, I would say maybe a bit unlike the other project here, is a B2B product. And so the interop and the ability to do cross-chain was key for us, and it still is. And as we expand into other networks, like we're building into Solana right now, and we're building EVM connectivity, having the interoperability built in from the base layer has made everything much easier.
Yeah, I think you're making a great transition here, because that's the question I really wanted to get on after that. Because when you look at the previous cycle that we had, in the previous cycle we had a bunch of blockchains, we had a bunch of people just downloading a new wallet every week, going on a new chain. But this has kind of changed since. When you're looking for the past 4 or 5 years outside of the EVM ecosystem and on Solana, the non-EVM chains have gained little to no adoption today. And so the thing is, today you guys are still building on Cosmos, which is a non-EVM chain. So my question is, what are the challenges of doing so? And because you're going multi-chain, so you're expanding to other chains, I guess, was it an obvious choice because you saw that there was a lack of adoption or a lack of users? Or was it something else that made you switch to a multi-chain solution?
First of all, I'd say that technology is developed and brought to market in Cosmos, and then everyone else follows suit a few years later. I think the interoperability is inevitable. If you kind of mentioned the last cycle, but actually the last few cycles have been retail focused. And I think that the cycle we're either in right now or that's about to start, I don't know, I think the four-year cycle might be disrupted, but the future is definitely institution. And institutions care about completely different things than retail. They care about retaining as much of the value that their brand, their business brings, and they need to be able to communicate with other businesses. So for this use case, I think Cosmos is a no-brainer for this type of, for these industries, right? For these businesses. And we will see the Solana ecosystem, the EVM ecosystems, the Move ecosystems, and so on, adopt much of the technology and interoperability that Cosmos already has built into its framework. Poly mainly works with foundations and now kind of growing into treasuries and DATs. So for us, looking at the kind of entire blockchain space, entire crypto space, and how we can serve potentially everyone was our guiding kind of Northern Star from the beginning.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you said is actually like really critical. I think at the end of the day, end users, they don't want to think too much about like, oh, how to get like from one token to another. They just want to press a button and then everything kind of just happens on the back end. And I think, you know, as more and more, I guess, projects are interconnected, especially with, you know, how Cosmos is also, you know, focusing on the EVM aspect, and then I would assume most likely the Solana being next, I think all these like kind of major ecosystems all kind of connect all together, and in such a seamless way, I think a lot of people will then come to see like, okay, there is this really interesting ecosystem that's been building on Cosmos. Let me go check it out. And then more and more, I think users will eventually flow over from these other alternative ecosystems as well.
So you would say Cosmos will see more users coming in the coming years because of that?
Yeah, I think so. I think ultimately, you know, as there is that connectivity and, you know, assets can be bridged from other ecosystems towards Cosmos, I think, yeah, there will be a much larger adoption overall.
I'd like to untangle some things in your question, because there's Cosmos, the tech stack,
yep,
and development ecosystem, not developer ecosystem, right? Where, you know, which includes, you know, say, injective, tempo, DYDX, you know, just huge numbers of things, where a lot of the ability to build the stuff we build, you know, so there's Cosmos, the tech stack, or the tech environment. There is Cosmos, the community of crypto users, which needs a different name because they really are not related. And so a lot of people get, you know, are unhappy about Cosmos as a ecosystem of users, which I think is a mistaken view of the world, right? There are Web3 users. The only way any of this matters is if the users are just using software and it happens to be Cosmos stuff, right? Not they are users inside the Cosmos ecosystem. And so the power of the technology stuff that we've got and that we share and that we can help each other with lets us go out to Web3 users, not to Cosmos users, right? And so I think it's important to separate those. We did not come to Cosmos because it had a huge user base, because it didn't have a huge you know, trader user base at the time, and it doesn't now. But from it, we can build this thing that lets us orchestrate the activity on these EVM chains and move, you know, provide a user experience that easily moves money from, you know, Aave on Base to, you know, to eventually have something on Hyperliquid, right? And users don't care that those are Cosmos chains or not Cosmos chains. And then the other side is EVM versus not. Yes, Cosmos Core is not EVM. Cosmos Core is not a virtual machine environment at all, right? You know, the Cosmos stack does not allow you to run two different applications from two different people that are PvP with each other in the same environment. Cosmwasm added some of that. Agoric added a VM like that, and people have added an EVM version of that. But that's different from the core engine that lets me run my thing safely and protect my users from each other, but not from, you know, taking some random Joe's contract and protecting myself from that. So that's two different levels of ambition. Cosmos lets you opt into that, and that's great. And you know, but again, that's sort of one of those elements you may or may not use, and some things use and some things don't. So those are sort of these three different things, and it's easy to entangle them. It's important, I think, as people think about what other people in the space are doing and what their priorities are, that those are very different. And they're all valuable, they're all important, and you know, we're different ways along on these different pieces.
Yeah, but as we are talking about lessons learned from building on Cosmos, I think one of the things you mentioned, it's the tech that Cosmos has provided to multiple protocols, multiple projects, and when you look at BNB Chain, Chronos, whatever, some of the tech stack still is either Tendermint or part of the Cosmoverse stack.
That's right.
However, what we've seen throughout the years, it's that most of the value that Cosmos has created has never flown back into its ecosystem. And it's kind of been used for free by everyone, and everyone is like, yeah, the tech is so good, the stack is so good, but Cosmos itself didn't really gain much out of it. So do you think it's something that could...
Who's Cosmos here? Atom didn't gain much out of it?
Yeah.
ICF didn't gain much out of it? Or the people who were investors in the Cosmos space that also invested in the DYDX rollout or in Injective or any of these things that seem like they're now out there, but they participated in it?
I would say if you look at the number of users, the TVL, et cetera, that you have on the other chains that use the Cosmos stack, none of this has flown back to Cosmos, so it can be stakers, it can be the ecosystem, it can be new users that come in to Cosmos because they think that, well, because this tech is so good and we've used it on the other chain, then the origin of it must be even better. Right. So I guess this was one of the things that people have kind of argued over and over and over, again and again and again, over the past couple of years. And it's about the value that actually goes to Cosmos. How do you perceive the value that today is arguably little or none even?
Welcome to open source. I mean, I've been doing open source for decades and get some value from it for my use, and get other people contributing to make it better for my use, but I certainly capture very little of the value that they then apply it to. So, that's sort of the nature of open source, for starters, right? And a lot of the value that has happened is people take this and they go do something, they execute, they solve some user problem, and they get outsized return from having solved that user problem. Feel good for them. That was one of us, as opposed to jealous that they managed to execute on a user thing. I mean, I realize that there's a tension there of, from a business and investment point of view, you want some of the return to come in, and some of it has, and we can continue to figure out how to make that worthy and happen, right? But some of that has to be by applying this technology in a way that is of use. I was thinking about this panel before. So where would Agoric benefit from, the project I'm doing, benefit from the work that ICAF has done in the last couple of years, right? So far, not a lot, right? But if IBC Eureka was deployed proxying where it could do GMP, we'd be all over that. And we'd be paying fees, and we'd be paying fees in Atom, right? That would be taking that technology that we built, the last mile, into here's a usable service that people can pay for. Would it capture a significant amount of value? I don't know. That's a business question that ICF would have to figure out. But that's an example of something where take that technology, get it to the last step of solving the problem that someone else has that they can incorporate, where you're providing ongoing value as opposed to that initial value. I mean, there's huge value in the technology stuff. Capturing that has always been a challenge of technology, right?
You guys want to add anything?
I mean, I think you said a lot of good points. I think ultimately, as the whole ecosystem just grows, I think naturally as more and more transactions are happening, and then tokens are being relayed from one network to another, I think that is maybe the best way at this moment, where I think Atom can gain more and more value in that way. I think maybe there could be something that I think what you were saying about institutionals, utilizing this technology, I think maybe as more and more institutions on board, and then their communications within these different, companies towards each other, that will also drive a lot of the value back to, I guess, the Atom token itself, using the relayers, the hub, and all of that.
Building on that enterprise thing, right? That's an example where, that great talk a couple days ago on what ICF is doing and why the enterprise is important and why the adoption is important and how well poised the Atom stack is to win there. What they have not talked about yet is, so why is that good for other projects that are using the stack, right? And there's plenty of opportunity for, once there is that pathway, if your project is doing this class of stuff, that can be part of an overall offering, right? It's not, ICF built this thing and now that's what enterprise need. enterprises need full solutions that are usually larger than the core offering. There are plenty of opportunities for the service that Polly brings to be of value to the stuff that enterprises will deploy from the ICF thing, where they could bring them in as a partner in the sales process, right? When you go to conferences, you might see I don't know, Oracle Network booth, and it has in it 20 projects from other unrelated companies that are supporting that ecosystem that add value in a business sense, so that it's a complete solution offering to businesses, which is what businesses want. And so that's something where we need to build out that piece so that all of the community of developers we invite to get excited about the technology can entrepreneurially build something that then has a sales path that aligns with the rest of the Atom, with the rest of the business and Atom process out to generate value. I mean, I think that as a community, we really need to be, we need people to be proud of having applied Cosmos technology, as opposed to, not sharing that very much because then you'll think I don't know that users are the important thing, right? And we've got amazing tech. We want to line that up so that we have reason to go into the same customers and give users more value, and all of us win from that.
Okay.
I'll also say that I think that there's a very big difference between in the beginning, Atom's kind of financial planning for itself wasn't great. Still isn't.
I think we all agree here.
still isn't great, but it's going through changes. I think with the new leadership now, there is much to look forward to. And that means that there are growing pains, and kind of like a tree shedding its leaves to make room for new leaves to grow. It might not be a beautiful process, but it's something that's happening. It will take time. Separating that from the, volatile nature of, or vicious nature of crypto Twitter, specifically towards the community, I think is important. It's really easy to kind of like FUD and be a keyboard warrior. It's much harder to build and create value. And I think, as Dean was saying, be proud in the teams next to you. Share in supporting them in their successes, and don't only look to how is this success supporting my bag? You want your bag to grow, build. Build value, solve an actual problem. Don't just expect that, it's crypto, so number go up. We're in a new phase. We're 16 years into this journey. It's not long. That's a really short span of time if you look at technology adoption and technology growth. And I think we're entering into a new phase where maybe 10% of the value will come from retail, even though 90% of the noise will come from retail. But 90% of the value is going to come from external businesses integrating into the ecosystem and bringing in a lot of the value they've been creating for 1, 2, 3, 4 decades into these ecosystems. And if Cosmos is poised to support these businesses, these enterprises coming in, I think there's a path that leads to some of that value accruing into the ecosystem, whether that's into Atom, or into Agoric, or into Lumera, or into Poly, or into any other chain that's here, that's building, that's kind of supporting the ecosystem, the ecosystems.
Yeah, and I think there is one thing that I wanted to ask you guys, because you have all been building on Cosmos, in the Cosmos ecosystem. And what do you think the role of the foundation, so in this case ICF, should be to bring new apps to life, to do and bring more enterprises to the chain? What should the role of the foundation be, and did you guys get any support while building your solution? Just gives us some more insights maybe on what building on Cosmos means and what type of interactions you guys had with the foundation. And if you didn't have any, what do you think the foundation should be doing to improve its ecosystem?
I'm happy to start. I would say, and this is kind of like a message to all foundations, first of all, don't get in the way. Like, if there's too much politics, if there's too much ego, like, solve that at home and like then look out into the community. We specifically work with foundations. And so in many times, and this is not just looking at like ICF or Cosmos specifically, like we're in touch with a number of foundations. And so this isn't just a problem, this also isn't just a problem for foundations or a problem for Web3, this is the human problem. And so first of all, like solve that. Second, how can you support teams that solve a problem, create value, rather than support teams that make a lot of noise and maybe make you look good in the short term.
When you're saying support, does it mean financial support or some other type of support?
Depending on the use case. Doesn't have to be financial.
Okay.
There could be many ways to support, like giving out a grant or money isn't always necessarily the best way to support a team. Like maybe it's supporting their development effort. Maybe it's like creating a microcosm for a pilot to like test out the product.
Right. Currently, you know, as they're moving into getting banks to the table, getting businesses to the table, if you're a chain, startup, you know, application, service, whatever it is, that would be of value to that, you know, arrange a structure, so the foundation should arrange the structure if they're getting the deal flow to bring these smaller projects to the table so that they're getting business opportunities, right? You know, ironically, fewer users in the Cosmos, you know, finance, you know, ecosystem might actually be a win because you get less PvP. It's more obvious that PvP over those users is dumb, right? You know, and that our goal should be, you know, the goal of this should be to go out to the mainstream and get users there, and that's a thing that the aggregate market power of an ICF to go get those and bring them to a table so that it's easy for projects in Cosmos to step up and talk to them, you know, would be something that one can imagine doing. That one, you know, and they're now in a position where they've got that deal flow. How do they turn that into something where it's an opportunity for other projects to also win, as opposed to, you know, just sort of the core tech stack via ICL? And I'm not saying they're not doing that, right? But I'm saying that's a thing to look for is getting more projects to more of the table, and make sure it's not PvP.
Yeah, I'll double click on that and like give a specific example. If you're, for example, the ICF, you're focused less on building, you're focused more on BD, you have it much easier to communicate directly with key decision makers at enterprises and other businesses. If you're a small startup, you're focused on building. BD support, access to market support, could be tenfold more valuable than any grant check you might give a team.
Mm. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think, you know, being like a newer project on Cosmos, I know like there's more restrictions and things like that when it comes to like their help with marketing and whatnot. But I think, you know, having a spotlight and showcasing new like projects, chains that are building on Cosmos would be extremely helpful. Getting the word out there, having that visibility, enabling other builders to be like, oh, what are these guys building? Let me go check it out. And they can come take a look and they're like, oh, wow, they have this like amazing tech that they're building. I can actually start integrating this into whatever I'm building. And so I think in that case, that would actually help a lot of projects gain more visibility, gain more traction, and really get the word out there in that way. But yeah, I think in the BD aspect, like providing introductions, things like that, that always helps, you know, significantly.
Yeah, I would add one more thing, and then we would be done with this panel. But I think one of the things that foundations tend to overlook is their sustainability, because they are essentially sitting on a huge treasury. They can spend however they want, and most of the time they just get lost in it. And it's one of the things that has been multiple times argued over at Ethereum Foundation, that sells Ethereum instead of using DeFi, etc. And we are actually seeing some changes there this year because they're deploying ETH, they are borrowing against ETH on decentralized platforms, therefore supporting their own ecosystem and therefore using their ETH instead of selling it. And basically, also earn interest and you earn more money, and it gets you more runway, it gets you more funding to give out to projects, it gives you more opportunities to hire people. And I think most of the foundations that are sitting on a huge bag of tokens, most of the time should think about, okay, how can I get more money flowing in a way that I don't have to sell a token to fund my operations, or I don't have to give out my token for free to anyone for them to sell it instead. And think more about, okay, which types of businesses can we deploy, or how can we actually bring more money in order to, first of all, sustain our ecosystem, deploy more funds across the ecosystem, and then at the same time, think about a longer term and saying, hey, yeah, we have this war chest, but we're actually thinking about the future and being more proactive in this way. I think it should be something that all the foundations are doing. And I think as a chain, especially one which was launched in the ICO era, I would say, most of the foundations have huge treasuries and don't think about the long term. You can talk about Algorand, Tezos, Stellar, XRP. It's crazy to see how much money is sitting idle within these foundations that is just getting spent every year. And we've seen that with Polkadot, which had a few, I don't remember the number, but I think it was like they paid $400K to CoinGecko to get their logo animated. So it was like, they don't even know what to do with this money. And I think this is something that foundations should also focus on for a longer term.
Animators need to get paid also, man. I think you said, the key thing you said is sustainable.
Yeah.
In the era of, it's not, we can't rely on number go up. Foundations, projects, everyone needs sustainable business models. That only comes when you solve a problem for real users.
Yep.
That's it. That's the only way. And I think that, at least what I've heard over the last 3 days, especially from the CL's leadership, is they definitely have their head screwed on in the right direction, looking exactly to solve those problems.
Perfect. I think it's a wholesome conclusion, and we can end it here. So please give it up for the speakers. And yeah. And you can all get some food now. So
Beautiful.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
That is very, very true. Thank you so much to all our wonderful speakers, including yourselves. It was great to learn from you fundamentally. Big shout out indeed to the Cosmos ecosystem, the community, the speakers, the partners, the sponsors, everyone who's making Cosmoverse 2025 very much possible. Now, quickly going to say that in 1 hour from now, we will be continuing here in this room, both for yourselves as well as for you at home or wherever you are. What is maybe important to mention is that we're going to have an epic panel, actually, shortly after lunch, where policy is going to meet protocol. Then we'll be heading towards more peace, that is the pitching competition. And then we will be going to a very, very interesting small chat between Electrocoin as well as Visa. And then it's time for awards. Awards about the hackathon, awards about speakers and whatnot, and some really cool alpha and announcements. See you soon. I'm Alex, CEO and founder of Trilled Labs. See you in a second.
After cloud. After cloud.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see so many people coming back for the afternoon session, day 3 of Cosmoverse 2025, happening live in Split, Croatia, in the beautiful Le Méridien Hotel. Now, I will kindly ask our wonderful audience here in the room to slowly move to your seats, or if you want to continue chatting, much, appreciate it, much encourage that, but perhaps maybe consider slightly moving towards another room for that, because we're going to actually speak with another epic amount of speakers here on stage about important topics. Indeed, policy meets protocol. Let me first of all say, before announcing the upcoming panel, that we have some other wonderful things to do this afternoon on the 3rd day of Cosmoverse 2025, and that is we'll be having our final of the pitching competition. 2 wonderful projects actually pitching what they're up to, what they're doing, with the juries also nearby to actually decide who is best and who wins the prizes. Alongside that, we will have a fireside discussion afterwards between Electrocoin and Visa. That's going to be pretty interesting, for sure. Then we'll have some awards, right? Who has won the hackathon? Other announcements in terms of awards for speakers, as well as some alpha, once again, about Cosmoverse 2026, potentially. Now, what is also important to mention is that we can go. And also, many thanks, by the way, for everyone who is watching through the live stream. Thousands of people are actually watching live, and only imagine who is watching this later on. Now, enough talking from my side. Time to actually go to the substance and actually speak about policy meeting protocol. We have some wonderful people with ourselves. First of all, I would love to announce on stage Lawrence, who is doing partnerships at Cosmoverse. Please, Lawrence, come on stage and put your hands together. Much appreciated. Welcoming applause. Great to see you here once again. Alongside Lawrence, we have actually someone very interesting, Bojan Petrovic from SEC, of the Federation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, if I said that correctly. Thank you very much for being here. Roger H. Hartman, we've already seen him yesterday. Please feel free to come on stage as well from the EFPA. Thank you. Stipe Plage, please be free to also join the stage. Thank you very much, of Forbes. Thank you. I've tried to practice that a little bit. And last but not least, indeed, Shiraz Ahmed from Storm Partners, as well as many other different things that you're up to. I'm sure we're going to hear all about that. Thank you all, gentlemen, for being here. Lawrence, take your seat as well. Great to see you.
Is this working? Hello. Hey. Hey. What's up? Cosmoverse! For those of you who don't know, that's a bit of a meme from the old days, BitConnect. And I just found out this week was 8 years ago, the BitConnect launch. We know what a shit show that was, but it kicked off the industry. ICO days, the IDO days, the NFT days, and here we are from BitConnect to Mika. So we want to kick off the conversation and talk about the policy meets protocol. Let me just give a fast round about our guests here. We've got Bojan representing Bosnia SEC. He's one of the key advisors to market regulation. We've got Stipe over there, venture building, European Parliament. And then we have Roger, Swiss banking, over 40 years in the banking industry. Lots to add there. And then we have Shiraz with Web3 consulting, focusing on risk compliance and strategy. So I think we've got a good set of characters to kick it off. And I think we've gone from both extremes, from trust to now we're sort of maybe potentially stifling innovation. So here we are. We're gonna do a round table on this. I think we'll just kick it off and I'll try and talk a little bit less. Is Europe designing the future or is it regulating the past? I'll start with you, Bojan.
Nice to meet you. Nice to having you here. As Lawrence said earlier, I am in market regulation for Securities and Exchange Commission. I have to say that we are not EU countries, and from that perspective, we still don't have any VASP, crypto, or whatever law in my part of the regulation. But we are trying to introduce new legislation, and we have a lot of obligation because of the manual mutual evaluation and the FATF rules, and it's main concern of our part of the country. So because of that, we have to introduce new law, and we will do it very soon. So that is the, how to say, something that is people who are doing job with VASPs on crypto and whatever. And I think that will be a good law to everyone to come to federation and to work and create new business there.
Good one. Roger, what do you think? Are we just dinosaurs, or we have a path forward? We're regulating the past.
Well, if talking about regulation and looking, I was somewhere under the roof of so many different regulators, probably 20 to 25 regulators worldwide. The key that I want to give as a message, always talk to them, always be constructive. If it's possible, go and see them, maintain the dialogue, explain them when you have an issue that you want to solve. It's very rare that a regulator will kick you out and say, no, don't come to me because I never answer to questions. So that's my experience. I think we made major moves forwards with good cooperation and dialogue with the regulator in all the places, in Europe and outside of Europe, same. And this is also always a very fruitful way to move forward. The future will also have the regulators. This will not change, and this is important. And this is complex environment. Talk, explain, and they will come back to you with positive input.
Stipe, what do you think we're learning from the process, from a regular side and maybe from a builder side? Are there any insights as we're going through this sort of quagmire?
You mean for the regulation itself, or
well, I mean, it could be the regulators or the. I mean, we're basically both on two sides of the coin. We're learning through this process. We're maybe finding the gaps, and it's obviously, you know, any kind of bureaucracy is always going to have its holes. But is there new insights as we go through this?
In general, for every someone who been working in European Parliament and as someone who actually be involved in that process, I think it's very important actually for regulation. It has two roles. The first one is protect the industry and the users, and the second one is not to stop innovation. So the right answer would be a good balance. I think that is something what describes the regulation the best. And in this moment, MiCA is for sure the most comprehensive one, and we can say even the only one which is actually settled on some kind of serious level. For sure, it's the most comprehensive one. In the US, we see some moves around the stable coins. They're interested about that part the most. East of the world also is trying to have something, you know, what is going to connect their part of the world. And yeah, MiCA for sure it's the most comprehensive. So if we summarize this kind of global approach, I would say that China has the best hardware, US has the best software, and US has the best regulation. So
Ooh.
that would be kind of some kind of the global division about the state of play.
That's a good kickoff. Shiraz, do you think is that going to be enough for? Let me maybe kick it into the next one. Can Europe, if they can't win on speed, can they win on policy?
Yeah. Thanks for having me. First off, I'd say that Europe is unfortunately, when you look at the rest of the world, quite risk averse when it comes to innovation. Unfortunately, I think they are looking at things from a standpoint of they used to be a very wealthy kind of agglomeration of countries. If you look at, let's say I was born in the UK, you see that like the great British Empire of what it once was is today now a small little island that is relatively insignificant when you look at the macroeconomic kind of policy and things that are going on. Europe is trying to be too conservative when it comes to innovation, which to a certain extent I can understand. There's a lot of wealth, they want to protect, but it's kind of the irony of, let's say, larger kind of civilizations that kind of build up, and then once you kind of accumulate some sort of kind of wealth, you want to preserve it at all cost. But that preservation, unfortunately, today is not going to lead them into the next era. When it comes to Mika specifically, I don't necessarily believe they did a bad job. I think there are a lot of people that were and are unhappy about it. I would say to those people, like, unfortunately, you know, the industry has been around for close to a decade. They had time to get their shit together. They had time to get funded. The kind of funfair of Web3 had to kind of, let's say, have some delineation and some lining at some point. I think Mika today does not have a lot to say about decentralized finance, which, if you look at, let's say, the origination of this industry was, it is a distributed ledger technology. It is meant for more decentralization there. If you look at a lot of the dApps, they don't need to comply by all parts of Mika. So there is still quite a significant part of the industry that can operate just by abiding by certain rules and certain regulations that are local. So there's still, I don't think it's too preventative of a variety of things. And ultimately, we need regulation to be able to scale because we need some standardization and some homogeneity within the markets worldwide, and that provides it. If you look at the US today, a lot of the SEC lawsuits, if not most of them, have gone away. There's a lot of treasuries in the UK, in the US, that used to kind of be there and kind of, let's say, a war chest to go and fight against the SEC and to prove themselves. Now, a lot of those provisions are, let's say, freed up, and we see a huge spree of M&A happening from the US to Europe. And I do believe a lot of that is not only thanks to, let's say, the different regime change in the US, but it's also thanks to Mika, which has allowed some of these large organizations to say, okay, we can come in and we can enter into the European market in a safe manner today, and we can invest there, we can acquire, we can build up our global expansion through Europe. And if Mika wasn't there, I don't think that would be possible.
You know, maybe to that point, you know, interesting about, I think generally no one really likes rules, but we know we need rules, otherwise we're going to just have a bunch of bad actors. So when you start to think about the whole Mika, and if it's as comprehensive, just I'm going to point this to you, Stipe, if it's as comprehensive as we say it is, perhaps that's the test bed of what will work and what will work and what won't work. And then maybe from that point forward, then what happens when we actually start to code that and the code becomes a regulator? Then what?
From point of regulation, it's not possible because we actually need someone who is behind the code, who is actually legally, who has obligation to actually, who wrote the code, that person, or it can be some DAO organization or something behind, but they're legally entitled to actually be in charge of the whole legal penalties or whatever it would be around. So, but it's something what is very hard to regulate in one hand, because in general, innovation, it's always hard to regulate because it's moving too fast, and regulators, they are not so in the topic. Cycles are kind of moving so fast from one to another, and even for the founders, you know, it's running too fast, and you know, it's always tricky to be on track, on same line. But what is kind of new standard today, that we have so-called one-pagers. They are kind of very clear and clean messages, so you know, users, both founders, projects, but also consumers can easily understand their kind of rights and obligation, and that is kind of, in my opinion, that is very good starting point. Because if we try to be super comprehensive, you'll always find something what is not touched enough, what is not caught enough. And even with Mika, it was the issue on the very moment when it was done, when it was agreed on a plenary session in discussion between the European Parliament, European Council, it was already outdated on the day one. So yeah, it's normally a situation with innovation.
May I just compliment as well? Like, I don't think European regulation is impeding on innovation or growth just solely due to the fact that you can, I was going to say you can do whatever the fuck you want, but like in today's society, like if you are bringing utility through any type of decentralized application, you can create an offshore company. You can create a company in the UAE. You can have your company in Croatia. You can offset a variety of risk through the different applications that you have in different jurisdictions. You can, I don't want to say live wherever you want, but any European passport is pretty strong. So if you wanted to live somewhere else, if you wanted to do a variety of things from a personal income standpoint, you can be creative with your corporate structure. So you can have your token foundation based in Switzerland. You can have an operational dev shop out of Croatia. You can launch your token then out of BVI or Cayman. You can do a variety of things. I think sometimes, we often try to put blame on other people for us, let's say, being unable to do something. Look at Pump.Fun, look at Tether, look at these extremely, let's say, profitable companies. They have distributed teams. They were able to do a lot of these things from Europe. I think we often try to make it, we oversimplify the fact that there are challenges in front of us where actually a lot of the best innovators in the world have always found solutions to overcome those hurdles.
Roger, you've been in the industry for over 40 years. And look, everybody talks about innovation and stiflement and, with the regulations maybe preventing the speed of innovation. But I wonder if we reframe that in a way that we can maybe as a region leverage that to an advantage. Do you see some way that as a sort of a North Star that can be itself a source of innovation? I mean, I think people very rarely refer to bureaucracy as innovation, but maybe there's a framework there that can be leveraged as for others to use.
It's interesting what you're saying, because I just had this in mind to share it with you over all these years of experience. First of all, when you have European regulation, and I met so many of them, the implementation is national. It's European national. And you know what? There is no real playing field which is very, very flat. You still have differences. Look at MiFID. It's amazing. We are now 8 years after the implementation of MiFID. The way to translate MiFID locally in Luxembourg or in Germany, there are very big differences, which from a commercial point of view could more lie on advantages on the Luxembourg side. For me, the same thing will happen with MiCA, with also an uneven way to translate and to do it. That's a first obvious advantage where some regions, some countries, some jurisdiction can take advantage. What I also experienced many, many times, and coming back a bit to you about the speed, because things go so fast, what I observed as well in Singapore, in Switzerland, and in Luxembourg, so smaller jurisdiction, that sometimes auto-regulation helps to move far, and the regulator very often is pretty much open-minded. When the industry says, look, we decide as a gentleman agreement to do this, I never saw a regulator saying no. What the regulator, he will look at it, at some stage he will adapt it and transform it, but it's not altering the speed. That's the two things I observed several times in 42 years.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Bojan, you're right now you're navigating, you've been pushing internally to try and I sense there's a lot of appetite, but they're looking to you to sort of lead the way and like, young men, show us how it's done. As you start to get them on board, getting stakeholders understanding, okay, what needs to be done, and that then becomes enshrined, and you have a clear path forward. And at some level, it starts to become codified. I think at the end of the day, a lot of this is going to be codified on chain. I mean, that's where we're moving. When we start moving that direction, where does the accountability layer lie?
Okay, from my point of view, I can say that I'm working for some old regulator, because we are regulating only securities market for now, and with changing the laws in the country, because AML law, my institution, and also I thought that we got the regulation or oversight or supervision the crypto market in our part, and the big problem is for now the low knowledge in the topic, how to say, in the topic of the VASPs, cryptocurrency and everything, and the real challenge for regulators or for other bodies who need to deal with it in the type of, from the government, is the low knowledge of the whole field. So we have to, from Federation of Bosnia Herzegovina, we have to learn a lot concerning the crypto community, and the crypto community can see opportunity to teach us a lot and to create a path for regulation. It's I think that now it's happening that we are more open to it, so maybe it's an opportunity to everything. So.
Yeah, look, there's definitely a market pressure to force everybody to get their shit together, which, I mean, we're all happy about that. That's why we're here. It's accelerating fast. We've gone from complete sort of Wild West, no rules. We've going very fast into potentially very strict rules depending on where you are. I feel, and this is sort of the, maybe the big takeaway, I feel there's a middle path forward. What do you think, as an industry, as policymakers, as builders, what can we do to work together in the next 12 months to accelerate outcomes? And I'll start with you, Stipe.
I would answer that very easily. It's communication. We have a working group on European level, working group of European Commission, and I think involvement from many factors in that group is very important. Communication is really number one, because in this very situation we have founders, we have industry on one side, and regulators are some kind of bad guys on the another side, and that's not right. They need to be on the same table. They need to discuss about in common interest of whole people in this regard of the 500 million people of EU. They need to discuss about the benefit and kind of best manner for the whole continent, and I think that is a number one message I would like to send from here.
Shiraz, what closing thoughts on what's the path forward? I mean, we can, in the next actionable steps in the next 12 months, what can we do?
I think for everyone in the room, right? I mean, all of you that are building, all of you that are looking towards the future, not even in Europe, but in Web3, build something that the person next to you is going to buy, that is going to use, that is going to spend money on. We often build things and we're like, I hope somebody uses this. If you're not going to spend money on it, why should you expect other people to? So it can be really simple, but ultimately you need to think about what is going to generate revenue and then how can I scale? I don't think you should worry about, oh, where's the best place for taxes? Because, like, newsflash, you only pay taxes if you're making money. If you're just losing money, you're not paying taxes. Your taxable revenue on zero revenue is zero. So, like, a lot of people come to us, yeah, we want to create this company in Zug and do this thing, and na. The difference between the taxable income in Zug and Geneva, for example, is 2%, 14 and 12. But people are like, oh, I really need to go to Zug, or I really need to go to Dubai because there's no income. Yeah, but you need to make income. So think about making money locally. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this with like a regulator on the panel, right? But if you're going to make 1,000 francs, as long as you're not money laundering, selling drugs, if you're doing some DeFi, DApp, whatever, they don't care. It's $1,000. Do something, make something valuable, and then when you're looking at scale and you will have some money to do that, then you can think about being a bit more compliant, being this. Don't break some of the fundamental laws that we all know exist since the end of time. Build something valuable, make some money, and then everything else you can figure it out.
Bojan, you've got 12 months and you want people to come to Bosnia and start building. What are some actionable steps that you can maybe invite people to come help build with you?
Yeah, maybe that is the main purpose I'm talking here today, but with the new law we want to introduce, and we wanted also to apply it to real economy. So from my point of view, we will try to make a good place to start investing, and also to create new projects, and we are trying to create a legal framework to be open-minded, that we can easily create or adapt some bylaws and to be at service at the community.
What I'm hearing is regulatory arbitrage, go to Bosnia and set up shop.
Yeah.
And final words, Roger, I'll give it to you, because we're just now running out. Give us some words of wisdom. You know, you've been in this space, you know, and
I'm an observer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, give us some hope, man. Give us some wisdom, some hope. Let's walk away, you know, feeling like inspired after this. Come on, no, I know
I know what I will say.
You have it. You have it.
Yes, I know what I will say, because it's day number 3. I came here to learn, and I can tell you I learned a lot. I'm not part of your community, but I'm interested in your community. I even love it. But there is one key word that I would like to give back to you. It's education. And education, you do things so well, but do realize that a huge percentage of the population doesn't understand all that. And that's probably my key message. No, coming from the old world, I know already a lot, but I have a lot of respect of people who know 2% of what I know. So don't forget them, because we are creating the financial world of tomorrow, and for this we need education. Never forget to educate. You know, but the other ones do not know. That's my key message.
How do you not love his energy, right? Man, seriously, everybody should talk to this guy. Just words of wisdom coming out of his mouth. I want everybody to just give a final hand of applause for our panelists. That wraps up the policy protocol.
That's very good. Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much indeed to all our wonderful panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And of course, also, as usual and as always, thank you for your energy. Also, massive thanks to Lawrence. Love the opening. We need more of that. All right, so we're going to do a really quick swap here, because we're going to start with something absolutely amazing, I think, and interesting. I've been very much looking forward to this part of the event, to be very, very honest with you. So, everyone here in the room, as well as at home, in your office, wherever you're watching this live stream, we're going to start with something absolutely amazing. We have 2 projects that have been selected fairly, based upon some pre-pitches that have taken place yesterday, actually, here on day 2, Cosmoverse 2025. 2 wonderful projects have been, or I should say companies or startups, however you want to define them, we'll be hearing about that shortly, have been selected to actually pitch to you and to you at home on stage. Now, how the pitch will work, right? These 2 projects will be pitching for 3 minutes each. We'll be pretty strict with the timer, just to create a level playing field and fair opportunity for both of them. And what will then happen is that we have a wonderful jury here on the other side that is going to actually listen at the pitches and then kind of like give them marks, right? Obviously, also important to mention, right after this 3-minute pitch, there will be a 2-minute Q&A in which the jury members have indeed the opportunity to pose some questions and the projects will reply. So maybe some of the criteria, I'll keep this very brief, that the jury will be looking at is things like the product, the overview, right? The potential of the products or whatever it is they're building. How the user onboarding works or whatever traction they already have, I suppose, as well as the go-to-market strategy. Last but not least, also not importantly, the jury members, and surely also you in the room here as well as at home, will be looking at the clarity of the pitch as well as how everything is structured. A lot is going to be looked at. Now, without further ado, I would love to introduce the jury members, and I would ask them slowly as well to take their seats actually in the chairs, gentlemen and lady. First of all, the jury members that I would like to welcome indeed, and you can clap for them if you want. Philippe Surdot, Head of Capital Formation at the Aptos Foundation. Are you already around? Yes, thank you for clapping. Feel free whenever you guys are ready to take your seats whilst I continue speaking. The table is right there, over there with Zach. Wonderful. Philip, feel free to, you can cross here as you prefer. It's over there. Whatever you want, as well as the rest. All right, so alongside Philip, we have as well, we already saw him on stage right now, Sheraz Ahmed, Managing Partner of Storm Partners. Indeed, thank you very much for your time. Stipe, we already just heard from you, President as well of Stone Block. Wonderful that you're also allocating your time. And last but not least, indeed, Eva Melvan, thank you very much for being here, the founder of Metabelly, as well as one of the organizers of Block Split. Wonderful event. Now, enough, this was already 3 minutes from my side. Imagine if you have to pitch your entire project, right? A lot to say. First of all, I would love to welcome on stage Jack Wickstrom from Vault. Please give it up. He is one of the finalists, and I'm sure you're going to do epic.
Oh, do I get a clicker?
Yes, obviously. I am going to keep an eye on the time. I've been requested to do that. Take it away.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zach Wickstrom, and I'm the CEO and founder of Vault. And Vault, this is our last slide. Let's go to the back of the pitch deck for a moment. We are addressing the biggest problem of the information age, and that is that everybody controls your information except you. This is a massive problem, not only from a privacy liability, but from a missed opportunity. Data brokers make $500 billion a year, stealing your data without your permission and selling it behind your back. That's like $2 billion a day. Now, on the heels of the previous panel, lawmakers around the world are not happy with data brokers. Most recently, the European Data Act of 2025 is explicitly trying to create a consensual data marketplace where you might be able to sell your data directly to the organizations that you trust. So if lawmakers want this, everybody wants this, why doesn't it exist? And the answer is, as we dove into building this, is because there's a chicken and egg problem. You need about 10 million users in order for your marketplace to be big enough. On top of that, these users need to be making money to be in your marketplace. So 10 million users, minimum $10 a month. That means you're paying people out $1.2 billion a year. This is the chicken and egg problem. People have tried this business model. Oftentimes they try to acquire users by basically just paying them for their browsing history. Doesn't work, doesn't scale. Our solution is to make data actually useful for users. Your data is incredibly useful to Meta, to Google. Why isn't it useful to you? It's because nobody's built these tools yet. And now with Vault, you can actually plug into your data like you've never been able to do before. Our go-to-market strategy is to build a useful tool that people want now, that they're willing to pay for now, and then scale up to the 10 million users so that the data marketplace can be a second-order side effect. And one of the things that we offer is an exclusive decentralized VPN. Now, almost everybody in the room probably uses a VPN. The main problem with VPN companies is that they're centralized. And so if you're in China, you're trying to watch Netflix, you won't be able to because they can detect your VPN connection. With the DVPN, it's impossible to detect that you're even using it. We also offer data erasure services, so we will reach out to data brokers on your behalf and force them to erase the information that they have about you and your family. And very excitingly, we also are offering Vault AI, where you will be able to Google your personal data for the first time. How much money did I spend in Split? How many airports have I been to this year? In order. It can instantly answer queries about your own life, just like ChatGPT on steroids. We are revenue positive. We have about 20,000 monthly active users. We're growing very fast. We are venture-backed. Significant momentum. And all of this is to thank our incredible team of startup veterans, people from Amazon and Wayfair and all over sort of Silicon Valley. We are raising $3 million, target valuation of $20 million. This is safe or SAFT. The $3 million will allow us to scale up to the 10 million users so that we can switch on the data marketplace and help everybody in the room get paid for their data. And I'll just leave you with a quick quote. Sam Altman, maybe you've heard of him, was recently quoted saying that the killer app for AI is going to be a personal assistant that knows the minutia of your AI, but is still, or your data, but is still completely private. Thank you very much.
Wow, 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 wow. Let's move quickly to the jury members. This was an awesome pitch. Thank you very, very much, Zach from Vault. Please take it away.
Thank you, Zach, once again. Great presentation, great team. Very happy with, as we discussed yesterday. I hope the question I asked you yesterday, you have an answer today because you didn't be able to answer me yesterday. Can you explain us the way how the centralized VPN works?
How the DVPN works is beyond the scope of something that I can dive into right now, but on a very high level, you have excess internet bandwidth that you are now registering to a decentralized marketplace, which is secured by zero-knowledge, trustable smart contracts. That allows your grandma to be able to sell her internet bandwidth that she's not using and get paid for it. So it's sort of a high-level explanation. I'd love to dive into more details, maybe in person.
Are you the only one who's offering decentralized VPN, or there's any other competitors?
DVPNs, there are some other companies, maybe we've heard of Mysterium, they're now defunct. We are partnered with Sentinel, and we have an exclusive partnership with Sentinel, such that any emerging or aspiring data marketplace would be unable to work with Sentinel. This gives us a very unfair advantage to any potential competitors. Sentinel, far and away, is the world's premier DVPN. So functionally, we don't have too much competition there.
Cool. Hi, how do you do user onboarding?
User onboarding, so we have been relying on just good old Google Ads. It's been an incredible way to pull in users. Our customer acquisition cost is about 1 cent. But we spent a lot of time looking at the first 60 seconds that a user experiences when they download Vault to make sure that that's a seamless experience. We cover 9 different languages in our app to make sure that we're casting a very wide net for people all over the place. And this is another topic where we could probably go into detail more, but hopefully that gives you a nice high level.
You said revenue positive, so that means you're profitable?
We are not yet profitable. We are revenue positive. Profitability, I would say, is when we could pay all the team members and still be making money on top of that. Right now, we are all doing it sort of from a place of passion. We're not paying ourselves. And so profitability is something that we hope to achieve with that initial seed funding. In 18 to 24 months, we expect to be quite profitable.
Okay, so what is the base? Oh, sorry.
No, but actually, what's the revenue? Yeah.
What's?
I'm really, really sorry, but I've been requested to kind of like finalize the Q&A just because we only have this tight 2 minutes and we want to keep the level playing field. Perhaps you can continue the discussion later on. I'm so really sorry, but this is how it will work. So thank you very, very much to all the jury members, as well as to Zach from Volt. Please, please give it up indeed. It was an epic. No wonder that you're a finalist. It's very, very clear. Wonderful, wonderful. And I would much recommend everyone to continue discussions later on. Now, we'll be moving on to the second pitch. Someone else we got selected. Some other very, very interesting project that you might have already heard about. So let me check if he's mic'd up. Yes, he is. Very, very pleased and indeed happy to welcome on stage Philip Saravanya from Pazar. Please be welcome. You have everything. Yes, put your hands together. Another epic pitch. Please take it away. And yeah, best wishes.
It's a pleasure to be here. We will speak very shortly about bilateral trading, mostly happening in the OTC world, and in our opinion, that is not very well addressed on the on-chain and DeFi sphere. So most of the OTC bilateral deals are happening via Signal or Telegram or telephone or some other chat application for the negotiation, and then execution is happening in the centralized escrow of broker or exchange services, which is because of which very often there is no trust between the counterparties, and based on some publications, around 50% of the deals doesn't actually execute because of that. Because you have one broker, the other counterparty has another broker, and there is no trust in between. We have digital assets, not just based on-chain, but they are still happening like very slowly via telephone and Signal and Telegram. So we believe that the market is right, that we can finally kick off because of the blockchain interoperability, tech infrastructure, stable coins, treasuries happening, that like not only tokens and crypto can be moved to the on-chain OTC, but even real-world assets like traditional financial instruments. How big is the market? It is even like kind of funny even to talk about the numbers. It's hard to know how big they are,
but trillions in TradFi and around 4 billion daily in crypto. What we want to do, there is some kind of projects doing one part of the OTC stack. We want to do every part of OTC stack. So you can use like number one, which is MVP, already live on the mainnet, on Ethereum and Polygon. You can use every project can take our widget and like put it like brokerage company, stock company, issuer, information service provider, which is very popular in TradFi, like Bloomberg and Reuters can like just implement our widget. We want to do messaging for the negotiations, integrations with other cusps, and basically end game is dark pools with block trades functionality. When in comparison to a traditional world, no one else knows the information except those who are entering orders. How we want to spread to the market, we are not competition, we want to connect and cooperate, be enablers of like trust, interoperability between centralized players who are fragmented at the moment. Business model is, maybe someone would say like token businesses are broken, but we want to do token, we want to play with tokenomics. We believe like regulation is opening door to that. And this is some kind of play with numbers. If we only took 1.5% of the overall volume on the crypto side, it would be pretty positive story. We are surging for 800 to 1.6 million, primarily to develop tech, but to spread and connect with the partners, especially institutional and cusps. Who is our team? We have on the business side people who are CEOs of the crypto market makers, current CEOs of the crypto brokerage companies, stock exchange in the TradFi, regulator, and blockchain developers doing like messaging apps and ZK. And thank you. And you can check our OTC bulletin board, which is live.
Thank you very much indeed. Give it up, indeed. For Philip Sarvania from Pazar, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now let's move for a quick Q&A, indeed, so the time limits, right? Let's move to the jury members. Feel free to shoot, we have 2 minutes for that.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, give me some quick answers around what is your USP, what is the moat that you're trying to create, and how are you going to enter into this market with already a variety of actors that have saturated this type of part in the industry?
Well, I believe that existing market players are, as I said, they have their own gardens. We want to make a tech. That's why we have like market maker as a co-founder, brokerage company as a co-founder. We want to make an interoperable connection between them to connect that fragmented liquidity, and our market approach would be to connect with existing players, to be their enabler, to make tools for them, not competition. I hope this answers your question.
So you're basically not competing with Stix or OFFX or Second Lane or any other big OTC desk?
Well, generally speaking, if you're a big market player, you can play with the tools on your own. But most of the institutions and big market players like to use their brokerage companies. But if you call brokerage company, he has his own liquidity. To access another brokerage company liquidity, there must be a trust. We want to build a trust bridge between them.
And dark pool is solving that?
Dark pool is the end game of everything, because there can be like bilateral interaction without any kind of information asymmetry that we can see in the traditional markets. When, I don't know, stock exchange in the block trades or brokerage companies know the information, very often they make like legal asymmetry, but very often there is like inside information that someone can misuse. So if you want to sell a huge chunk of something and you tell to your broker, he will pick a phone and like 10 people will know. That's forbidden to spread, but they will know, you know, and market always reacts to that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. A really great presentation, and I'll be happy to see this product live because of you and the team.
I'm just wondering, for that 0.025% that you said you can access, like how do you plan to access them?
Well, I try to, basically the first question, connect with the brokerage companies, especially if I want to time the market. Me personally, I would try to go to the smaller and mid-sized cusp in Europe and US, because they are not so big in the OTC, and make an interoperable layer between them. So I believe bigger players eventually will see that they need to connect to.
What is your moat? What is stopping others from doing the same thing?
What?
What is your moat? What is stopping others from doing the same thing?
There are multiple market players doing part of this tech, like doing smart contracts for the execution, but they don't have a negotiation tool and they don't have basically a founding counterparty. I don't know. That's probably a question for other market players why they don't do that.
We really do have to wrap it up. Thank you very much, Philip.
Thank you.
Savanya as well from Pazar. As well as, of course, our first wonderful speaker, Zach from Volt. Two wonderful projects. Now, I'm asking our wonderful helpers here and the organizers of the event to slowly move 2 chairs up on the stage because we're moving towards an important fireside chat. Now, let me also reiterate that the jury members have been listening to the pitches, have been thinking about the different criteria. All of them, including clarity, product, go-to-market, how the pitch was structured, probably if time was perfectly respected or not, anything, right? There's so many things to think about when you're building a project. Now, we're going to hear, after the keynote, much more about the awards, about the winner of the pitching competition as well. They're getting a lot, actually. They're going to get 10K worth of services and support from Cosmos Ventures, Epic, I would say. And now, slowly, now that the chairs are standing behind me, let's move now to a wonderful panel or fireside that we have been very much looking forward to. Moving to the right slide, so to say. We'll be speaking about interoperability between fiat, stablecoins, and crypto. Very happy to welcome on stage Nikola Skoric of Electrocoin. Please give it up for Nikola. Thank you for being here once again. We've already seen you. Love what you're building. And of course, Onur Özdemir. Please be welcome of Visa. Yes, please give it up. Thank you. Thank you both. Looking forward, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this, from what I hear from people talking to me before this panel, quite unexpected showing here on stage. So I'd like to start with you, Onur, explaining how we got here, because 15 years ago, Bitcoin was started as a way to break down the financial intermediaries, to get us rid of companies that are moving our money for us, and Visa is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, company doing that. So how come you're here?
So first of all, very good to be here and great weather. So thanks for welcoming me here. I'm sure you have been asking what Visa is doing in a kind of such a crypto conference. Actually, Visa has been partnering for long, has been partnering with all the players on fiat side and on crypto side. So we have been partnering and we always believed in this partnership model. So this is why actually this is the main idea to be here and to discuss about the trends, the partnership models, and to see what the industry is discussing about. We are always glad to be in such conferences, such events, and we are regularly attending. And I will also give some insights about actually what Visa is doing in our, let's say, traditional legacy world, and what Visa is doing in partnering with the crypto
Yeah,
world.
we hear from the crypto community, we know Visa as a card company. You issue cards, you onboard merchants and allow seamless payments across the world.
For the last 60 years, yes.
Yes, exactly. So how is crypto fitting into that? What else do you do?
So it's true that in people's mindset, Visa is known as traditionally known as a cards company, because for the last 65 years, Visa created a kind of a legacy in being the largest payment network in the world. As of today, just to give you some insights to understand the size actually, only last year, let's say, we completed 16 trillion transactions. Visa is now partnering with 15,000 financial institutions in the world. We have over 150 million merchants around the world. We have reached almost 5 billion cards and tokens. And we are operational and active in more than 200 countries. So from that point of view, let's say for the last 60, 65 years, let's say we have been very active and dominant in the cards world. And apart from that, let's say we have been building different partnerships, not only on the card side, but on the money movement side. And maybe we can a bit touch on these points, because in the last 10 to 12 years, Visa has been creating a network of networks named Visa Direct, and it has been investing more than $10 billion to create this network of accounts, network of cards, network of wallets, not only fiat digital wallets, but also, let's say, on the crypto and stablecoin world. So what Visa Direct is, maybe I would like to a bit mention about this, because to understand actually where Visa stands and what Visa Direct stands for, Visa Direct is nothing different than Visa. It's under the same brand, but it's the money movement arm of Visa. So whatever is, let's say, moving between the endpoints, moving the funds globally, it's under Visa Direct. Only last year, we have realized 10 billion transactions globally through Visa Direct. So it's not something new, it's already happening. And we have created a network of networks, of course, on our card rails, which is our traditional VisaNet, the card rails, our, let's say, legacy system. But on top of that, we have created a bank accounts network. How we did it? We have created over 100 countries, local network banks. So these local network banks are the local partners of Visa, where we can move and where we can make the account movement between bank accounts. And we are now able to reach over 3.5 billion bank accounts at the moment. On top of that, depending on the territories like Latin America, like South Asia, the digital wallets are the actually dominant way of receiving and sending funds. So we have also created agreements like the very famous ones, Alipay, WeChat Pay, and all the other, let's say, digital wallets. We are now reaching also 3.5 billion digital wallets in the world. So on total, we have established a kind of a network reaching 11 billion endpoints. I think from that point of view, in terms of number of transactions and in terms of the number of endpoints, I can say easily that Visa is the largest money movement platform in the world at the moment.
Yeah, so if I can ask you how this fits to the crypto narrative, because we all know you can swipe your card and buy crypto. That's clear for everybody.
Yes.
You can go to your crypto exchange and withdraw your money to your card, and then spend. So that's clear. So from what I understand now is Visa Direct is doing something else. You're moving money across the globe.
Exactly.
How does that fit into the crypto ecosystem? What do you offer to the guys here? How, except for the cards part, this we understand.
Exactly. And just to add one thing to the cards part, also in the last 2 years we have been issuing crypto cards, and we have been partnering with the largest crypto players in the world, so that the individuals and companies have their crypto-linked cards. But leaving the cards world aside, on the money movement part, what we are doing and what I find really valuable is we are enabling on-ramp and off-ramp of the crypto platforms, of the stablecoin wallets, and all this ecosystem. We are enabling...
But not only through cards.
Not
also
through
bank
cards,
accounts,
not through cards,
wallets,
yes.
stuff
Yes,
like that.
Yes, based on all the rails we created, accounts, wallets, and cards, we are actually connecting crypto platforms to the real fiat world, and we are moving the fiat funds to these endpoints. Just to give an example, there is a, let's say, there is a crypto platform in Brazil. We are, through our enablers, Visa Direct enablers, we are connecting them to, for their customers to be able to send funds to their contractors, freelancers in Bangladesh, in India, in China, instantly in real time to the all available endpoints, either to cards, to wallets, or to accounts. So this is actually Visa's main role. We are never, I would say, the exact phrase, we are never touching the crypto. We are not doing crypto remittance, and we would not be doing it. We really rely on and really value on the partnership model, and we are here to actually help you guys to actually to move the funds, to move the fiat funds on-ramp and off-ramp to the available endpoint. So this is actually Visa and Visa Direct's main role, to be actually partnering with you and to be enabling you.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted Onur to come here and speak about this, because I did not understand this like half a year ago, that you can basically use, we were establishing banking relationships all across the world to be able to, you know, deposit and withdraw money from other countries. Now you can basically do that through Visa Direct from the one point. Okay, now yesterday we had some interesting discussions about stablecoins, about euro stablecoins, about monetary sovereignty, stuff like that. Now you work with stablecoins, but you worked for 15 years in banking industry. Now you work for Visa for some time, so you have a completely different perspective than most of us here and most of us at stage yesterday. So I'd like to start with quoting CEO of Tether, who said that Europe doesn't need stablecoins. Now, what do your customers say? What do you say? Do you see the need for stablecoins in Europe?
So actually, so stablecoin part is, Visa is right now actually piloting with financial institutions and with policymakers a kind of a stablecoin funding model. So what is this model? Is the banks will be able to bring liquidity and make pre-funding for the remittances, make pre-funding in stablecoins instead of fiat, so that they can do it instantly, they can do it 7/24, they can do it without, let's say, the need of liquidity and without, let's say, losing the interest income. So this part, we are now partnering with our bank partners and with our, let's say, enabler partners. What we see in this stablecoin world is more than 95% of the transactions are in USDT. So we do not see an interest, or we do not see any, let's say, live examples on the euro part. One reason might be in Europe, we have already established instantly working and very well established and regulated SEPA and target schemes. We have PSD2 and the upcoming PSD3, let's say, legislations. In US and USD, considering USD apart from Europe, outside Europe, USD is the currency of the trade. So companies except Europe, if there is not a trade transaction outside Europe, it's made in USD. But given the importance of USD and comparing it to the funding, settlement, or the remittance of USD, there are some problems in the fiat movement and in the banking world. So this stablecoin liquidity, stablecoin funding in USDT would be a bit, let's say, completing these problematic parts. So this is kind of a personal opinion that this might be one of the reasons that USDT is the mainly used stablecoin type in Visa's pre-funding model. But we might see on the euro part, we might see different models, but not at the moment.
Yeah, what I can say from the crypto side, so we are working together on a project right now for a bank that's building a stablecoin wallet. We are doing the technical part, and we were looking into how to best move this money across the world to enable this wallet to have remittances. And Visa Direct here emerged as a logical partner. That's why we brought him here to be able to talk about this. But also what was really curious is that for the bank, it was much easier to build a stablecoin wallet with us than to build their payment wallet from scratch. Another thing that we saw in the news in the last few weeks is that a number like 9 European banks are now planning to issue together a euro-based stablecoin here in the European Union. So from my perspective, it seems that there's quite a big place for euro-denominated stablecoins in the future, in the next few years, in the traditional banking, in the traditional money movement space. What's your opinion on that?
I fully agree, and we see also every day. For example, yesterday it was also on the news that Western Union is entering this stage with also on USD, with USD stablecoins. That every day we are hearing, let's say, new things. So from our perspective, we divide this crypto world into 3. The first one is the standard, the first is crypto coins and Bitcoin, Ethereum, and this part. Second part is the stable coins, and third one is the one which is linked to the assets, real estate, and so on. Among these 3, stable coin remains to be the most interesting part, not only for Visa but for our partners, for our banking partners, because it's directly linked to the fiat currency, and all these parties are trying to create some compliant models, some regulations, legislations through stable coins. This is why actually Visa is also more interested in the stablecoin pre-funding models, and our partners, bank partners, every day from different regions, they are asking to be part of this pilot study so that they can create stablecoin funding. So we see also a lot of interest from the banks, and which is a very good thing actually for the industry, because I'm sure you have been discussing also yesterday and the day before. There are a lot of great projects. There is a lot of let's say trending things in the crypto world, but outside crypto world, the legislation makers, the regulators are looking at this crypto world from a different perspective. So this is why we also think that one of our roles are to make it more scalable, because we believe that we have the scale, and to make it more compliant, because we are partnering with financial institutions, we are partnering with EMIs, with fintechs, and also with crypto players. So these 2 parts, to be compliant and let's say remaining within the legislation, and to be scale is, I think, that one of the most important things to make it used, and to make it let's say to see different business models. Otherwise, it might remain just another hype.
Yeah, a year ago, this sounded really bizarre to me, that you would need Visa to help us improve stablecoin and crypto adoption. But from my dealings with banks, what I realized when I talked to them, okay, so then we'll move your money over a public blockchain, we'll do a transaction, and then it ends up in India, and people there off-ramp it there. They just, you see blank stares and Pavlovian reflexes. No, let's not do that with our money. But if you tell them, then Visa will move your money over a public blockchain, and it ends up in India, and it off-ramps there, which is basically just making it more complicated from our point of view. We've been doing crypto transactions for the last 10, 15 years. Of course, we feel confident with it. But people in corporate boardrooms, in banks, they don't. None of them ever did a crypto transaction. So some of them, those they did, they look through it through completely different lenses. So when we add Visa, basically as a trust layer, as a brand, you know, as a trusted brand that does the same thing as you and me do with our MetaMasks and other wallets, you know, then it's okay. They feel confident. That's why I think it's really important.
Trust is really important, as you mentioned, Nicola.
Yeah.
Just to give you another insight. So I'm coming from the banking industry and the payment industry. I'm not a crypto expert as you. So I've been working in the transaction banking, cash management, corporate banking, and I know how the banks are seeing this world of transactions, world of transfers, moving the money, and also Visa is looking at this money movement in a different way, and this is why again with scale, the trust is one of the most important thing. Is because for a crypto player, a local or regional crypto player, to scale the business and to attract new customers on corporate side, on individual side, it doesn't work only to be with the business model. It doesn't work only to talk in crypto words. So there needs to be a partner models to make it more scale, to make it more compliant. So this is actually, again, I'm highlighting it once again. This is our main role. This is our main role, to partner with you and to actually make it more scale and more global.
So we have how many more? So let's you know, do a step back and look into the future. For all of us here, we know what the future is. We will completely conquer the world of payments. We will eliminate the traditional players, and everybody will use stablecoins. But from your vantage point, you know, as a Visa guy, as a person that's in payments in traditional payments for years, how do you see the future between, you know, traditional payment networks and crypto?
So actually, at this stable coins is also kind of very trendy in our world. So every day there is a discussion around stable coins. We have a huge team working on the product, research, on the availability and on the partner ecosystem part. So there are tons of friends who are daily working on this. So we really believe in this and how to bring it to our main money movement rails and how to integrate it. So this is not the future, this is actually the moment. And again, I would like to mention that we always rely on partnership models. And this is what we have been doing with hundreds, thousands of crypto players in the world to create this on-ramp, off-ramp, and money movement partnerships with them. And we will continue actually in partnering with policymakers, now with governing bodies, and with also the crypto and stablecoin, let's say, players. We will be partnering depending on the different business models. So it will be, it's not a hype, we will be creating new partnership models, and this will be always with us, and it will ease the moving the money globally, because at the moment, not only banks, but all the players of the money movement have some certain problems on funding. There are issues on cutoff times, on settlement, on foreign, let's say, exchange currencies. There are issues on the natural hedging. There are issues. So stablecoin and blockchain technology will be also, let's say, bringing significant solutions on this. So we will really rely on this.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much for joining us here. Guys, if you have any questions after the panel, feel free to approach and speak to Onur. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much indeed, gentlemen. A wonderful closing panel of day 3 of Cosmoverse 2025. Now, don't escape. Don't escape, everyone, because whilst we are swapping these very chairs, we're going to start with a couple of very, very announcing things. First of all, I think most of you know that whilst this organization has been doing an epic job in putting all these people on this stage, welcoming everyone from all across the world, there's also been other hard work that has happened in different rooms. Late nights, early mornings. Indeed, the hackathon, HackMoss, has been taking place over the last couple of days. And I'm actually super, super pleased to announce on stage the winner of the HackMoss hackathon, and specifically of the Cosmos track. You're already all there. On the left, Ethan Frey. Please join us on stage. And actually, yeah, put your hands together. You can clap. Congratulations. And you have also 4 minutes to present your project.
Right,
Wonderful.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love one. So yeah, for a Hackathon project, we want to look at making Telegram payments possible. That's using Telegram to send message to someone else's handle and causing that to affect a transaction on the blockchain, but doing it securely. So clearly the problem of a crypto adoption wallet's a bit annoying. You install them once, but every time you have to install them, especially Wallet Connect, it's kind of a pain to connect these every time for small value transactions, to meet people and addresses. So this is basically working for people that already have a wallet to make it easy to do routine transactions on it, like Venmo, Bizum, or anything else like that they're used to from normal banking world. We're used to these nice apps, and we have these very complex UIs usually for crypto. Telegram showed integrated payments already, but it's only for the TON chain, right? It's a very popular messenger, and you can use TON and use their token on it, but not anyone else's. So we look to use a bridge, basically, using open standards, open source code to connect Telegram messages over to actual blockchain payments on Cosmos. In particular, Neutron, but this should run on any Cosmos-enabled chain, and we could even do it on EVM chains, potentially. So the key thing is you just do a handle. You send to another handle, another Telegram user, and receive messages. You get notifications, and if you haven't registered, if I send to you have not registered, it will store an escrow, and when you register a blockchain handle for your Telegram account, you'll immediately get the money, which is kind of a nice little feature. This was hacked out in the last week, along with supporting Cosmosm. We're building infrastructure stack that only supports EVM until 2 weeks ago. So the simple thing you basically just receive, you say, go to a chat with a bot and ask to receive. You register yourself. This then is not done by one bot, but actually by a set of bots, an AVS operator set that all verify they've all seen you send this, and we know that you are claiming that. Then you sign a transaction using authz to authorize our payment contract to move money from your account. And you don't actually send anything to it, you just authorize it to later send stuff. And finally, if you ever use send after that, it will go to the handle, to the registered address or hold an escrow. That is then, again, verified by the bot network. This series of operators all verify that you indeed, this Telegram user did indeed request a send. We then settle that on-chain with all the signatures, all the verification from off-chain is settled on-chain. It says, yes, we have all the operators have attested this user has signed. Therefore, we will move the money to the other account. It'll pull it directly from your account and put it over in the other user's account. authz is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful Cosmos feature. You don't have to pre-fund your account. You don't have to move it from your bank to your credit card to use it easily. It just says, if you happen to have spare cash in your account, you can use it. But if you decide to invest all your money in LP right away, you don't have to pull it out of the vault or anything. It's just there for you all the time. And if you have any spare change, and you can send it as well. So this is a very, very usable feature. And thank you for Cosmos SDK for building this. It's a really nice Cosmos feature. So yeah, the traditional bot risks are basically that one person could hack them. You could do the same thing with a bot, right? Give it a private key, let it attest and control your money directly. But someone could then steal your money pretty easily. Bots are hacked all the time, multi-sig are hacked. What we're doing here is basically using the Waves operator network. So this is Waves, WAVS.xyz. You can check it out. We allow off-chain compute, operator networks running arbitrary compute off-chain. They can talk to Telegram, they can do blockchains, they can anything they want. So I think I'm running out of time now, but we have multiple operators verifying it, and if you're doing any off-chain compute, you can check this out. And if you want to, go to our bot. We have a Hackdora hack page with a link to our Telegram bot. Check it out. You can use it today. Thank you.
Woo. Excellent pitch. Can I just say that? I think you're ready to blow up. Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Great winner of the Cosmos track of the Hackmos bounty. Of the Hackmos hackathon, I should say. Well, thank you, Ethan, once again. We are moving, ladies and gentlemen, to some very exciting announcements. I would love to welcome the team of Cosmoverse on stage. Who are they? Zach, Michael, and Roberto. Please give them a massive applause. Woo-hoo! For some announcements, Michael.
Hello, hello. Well, first off, thank you so much, everyone that made it here. Cosmoverse 5 is now in the books. I think it's been a very successful event. It's been a very new audience, also for us, a whole new experience working with a lot of the institutions, with banks, with central banks even. But yeah, I think we had overall around 500 unique attendees over the past 3 days. So please give yourselves also a big round of applause for showing up. And thank you so much. Now, we are very proud to announce that Cosmoverse 2026 is coming to Hong Kong. While we don't have an exact date right now, it will be plus minus 2-3 weeks around the same time. So what you can do already, there's QR codes on the sides. You can already pre-order your pass, your regular pass or super early bird pass or your executive pass. And then I hope we'll see as many of you in Hong Kong next year. I don't know, Rob, Zach, do you have any final words?
I would like just to say thank you everyone for attending. This has been my first Cosmoverse personal and it was an amazing experience. I hope that every one of you enjoyed Cosmoverse and I hope to see you in Hong Kong because we hope that this time we will make even greater things, so I hope to see you there.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank every single attendee coming here to Split, Croatia. We know it was not easy to come here. Some of our attendees flew for 20 hours to come here, so we deeply appreciate it. Without you guys, Cosmoverse would be nothing. So first of all, applause for yourselves, please. And I think this year as well, we saw, again, amazing projects also pitching closed doors, also on stage. I think we saw also some kind of vibe shift and also audience shift. But I think in these 3 days, I saw all of you basically sitting together, talking, forming relationships that hopefully also grows over the time, hopefully also to the next conference in Hong Kong. And hopefully everyone can make fruitful businesses and like collaborate and have partnerships and meaningful relationships after this conference as well. That's why we do this conference, that like we can connect everyone together, not only early stage projects with investors, but also form friendships in this industry and get connected. And I want to also thank one special person in this room that also was here for 3 days, put a lot of energy in there and a lot of positive vibes. Alex, thank you very much for being our moderator for these 3 days. So, yeah. Before we forget it, Mike, do you want to say that, or should I say that? Right now, to come down a little bit and to close this, to wrap up the conference, we will also have open up our wine bar, which is here at the terrace. So feel free to grab some drinks.
Almost, because we still have the awards.
Oh, yeah, we have one more thing, yeah. I almost forget that.
Important thing.
Yeah.
Before you can do that, we have a few awards that we want to give out. Alex, do you want to take that away?
I'm grabbing the... All right, so we're back in action. You thought that you could already go drinking. Well, that's not the case yet because we still have some very, very exciting things to do as well that are actually the awards as well as the winner of the startup competition. Now, we would love to start first by thanking a couple of people that have done wonderful things for the ecosystem as well as for our industry. Now, without further ado, I would love to announce the newcomer of the year receiving the award, that is Optimum. Please put your hands together for Muriel Mirard and her team. If not, indeed, we have wonderful team members here as well. Please be very, very welcome on stage. Let's take a... Right, gentlemen, wonderful. Here we go, here we go. Congratulations. And let's take a moment to... Yeah, wonderful, thank you. Recorded forever. I think we should put it on chain as well. All right, so that's not everything. Indeed, we are also going to see the winner of the awards in the category that is Payment and Innovation. Indeed, Visa. Massive thanks for being here. Congratulations. Feel free to come on stage. Visa, Visa, Visa.
Also, I want to give a big shout out to Onur, who made it on very short notice, but he flew in specifically, and I want to especially thank you for that, for coming here. Thank you so much.
Thanks very, very much indeed. It's exciting indeed. So, ladies, gentlemen, everyone else, thank you for sticking around and not running to the bar yet because we still have a couple of very, very interesting things to share with you. Now, without further ado, I would love to also speak about the Crypto Pioneer and the award that they're receiving. That is Electrocoin. Woo! Woo! Please join the stage. Yeah, thank you guys. Love you cheering. I hope everyone at home is cheering too. Thank you very, very much indeed, and congratulations, Electrocoin, with the Crypto Pioneer Award. Now, there was actually another bounty that was issued thanks to Optimum, and we have here as well the winner. That is receiving the award on stage. Massive stuff has been built. Very, very happy and indeed thrilled to welcome on stage Vandana Pandey. Please join us here on stage. Massive congratulations, Optimum Bounty. Wonderful, congratulations, look at that. Woo! Yeah, I can only say so many wonderful women also who have joined the stage actually these last couple of years and indeed have been building. Wonderful to sincerely see that happening, part of the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, I'm just checking with the organizers, do I have the permission to move forward towards something really important that are the winners of the pitching competition? Yes, thank you. Just double checking like they do on television with the notary, right? All right, so you've seen two epic projects pitching before, right? Speaking about their product, speaking about their users, their onboarding, everything that they're building, their go-to-market. Of course, also once again, massive thanks to the jury members who have put their time into this. Thank you very, very much indeed, and your critical questions too. Now, what I can tell you is that it has been pretty tight. So it was 2 in favor against 2 for both projects. So we have been counting all the points very, very specifically. And we ultimately ended with a score. One project obtained 26 points, whilst the other project obtained 31 points. Very, very important to be transparent about this. So before I announce the winner, let me reiterate. The winner will receive $10,000 worth of services from Cosmos Ventures as well as other support. Surely that's going to be epic. Oh, I'm even nervous to just share this, and it doesn't even concern me. Gentlemen, I'm very, very pleased to say that the winner of the pitching competition here at Cosmoverse, thank you very much indeed, 2025 is actually Zach from Volt. Woo! Congratulations to Zach from Volt. Join us, join us, join us. Woo! Michael. Yes, of course. So, of course, we also still want to call the winners of the Cosmos track on stage. Feel free to join us all the winners of the Cosmos track. We have already seen Ethan before, but of course also all the other winners, of whom we're still lacking the names, but shortly I'm sure you will be epic and famous all across the world. Join me on stage and take your award as well. Yeah, put your hands together, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations, epic stuff you've built. Congrats. Right, great, everyone, great, everyone. Please,
okay.
Michael.
Yeah, so that's all for now. We'll have a reception outside right now, so you can just grab a drink. Then please go to the terrace. I hope the weather is still good, because we'll have a drone there, and then we'll try our best to make a nice picture with everyone. So watch out for the drone, and we'll try to coordinate that we can do a group picture. I hope that works. Big applause for Alexandra once again. She did an amazing job for the 3 days. And I hope I'll see you all next year in Hong Kong. Thank you very much.
See you! Woohoo!